Ramababu sir, good morning.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, audible now, sir?
Sir, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
NRC Kadapa, please respond. NRC Kadapa. NRC Kadapa, please respond. Sir, am I audible? NRC Rajamandri. NRC Rajamandri. Please respond. NRC Rajamandri. Anyone can respond? Unmute your audio. NRC Anantapur. NRC Anantapur. Kakinada Srikalahasti.
NRC Kadapa responding, sir.
Okay, sir.
మన వాళ్ళు ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి.
చేస్తాం రేపు రాన్ చేసినాం సార్.
అది దాని అయిపోయింది. ఏదండి అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత అదేదో ఒకటి చేసుకున్నాను అంటే మీటింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అదే అక్కడే కంటిన్యూ అయిపోయింది. అంతగా అయ్యో నంబర్ చెప్తే అట్లా పెడితే
ఆల్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ కంప్లీట్ అంటే మనకి కొన్ని సబ్జెక్ట్ ఇస్తారు. మనకు ఆ సబ్జెక్ట్ స్టేట్ లో 2 వస్తాయి. వాళ్ళు ఎవరన్నా చూసుకోండి సార్ మానిటరింగ్
ఆన్లైన్ బాగుంది. ఓకే టైం వేస్ట్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి నెల్లూరు.
NRC Srikalahasti, please switch on your video. NRC Srikalahasti. Already the resource person has joined. NRC Pillar, please respond. NRC Pillar, am I audible?
Responding clear, sir.
NRC Srikalahasti, please respond. Am I audible? Srikalahasti. DKW Nellore. DKW Nellore.
Sir, NRC Anantapur responding, sir.
Sir, okay, sir. Srikalahasti. NRC
Nellore.
Srikalahasti.
Sir, DK Nellore responding, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. NRC Kakinada, please respond.
Sir, NRC Kakinada responding, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir Muralidhar, sir. Good morning. Namaste. On behalf of CC, we welcome you again, sir, for third batch TOT on English medium of instruction, sir. Madam Deksha, ma'am, good morning.
Morning, sir. Good morning, Murli, sir.
Ma'am, please introduce Muralidhar, sir, to our participants, ma'am.
You have only 8 locations today, this time?
Sir?
Only 8 locations this time?
9 locations, sir.
I'm not able to see one more on this.
One more NRC has to be joined, sir. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they will join, sir.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining for today's session. We have today's speaker, Muralidhar Koteshwar, and I will take a moment to introduce sir to everybody. Even though you must be aware, but I will still speak the few lines. So, Murli sir is co-founder of Simply Train, Uplat DigiConnect, UCI, Purnatvam Product Engineering and Marketing, and Engineering and Management, Design Thinking, Education. He has trained education leaders in over 50 countries. We are very fortunate to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Diksha. Good morning, everyone. I see there's not too many who've joined from Nellore. Am I right, sir? All the air seemed to be empty there. Or was that from the beginning?
DRC Nellore, participants have come, but the camera is not covering all that.
Okay, then it's fine. All right, so good morning, everyone. Today we're going to talk about change. I just want to ensure that you can all hear me, so I'll just ask one by one to give a thumbs up. NRC Kadpa, can I have a thumbs up from Kadpa if you're able to hear me? Just do a thumbs up. Anantapur, a thumbs up if you can hear me. NRC Anantapur, just a thumbs up. Just a thumbs up. Ah, wonderful. Nellore, thumbs up if you can hear me. Very nice. Rajmandri, thumbs up if you can hear me. Very nice. Kakinada, thumbs up if you can hear me. Very nice. Pillar, thumbs up if you can hear me. Pillar, very nice. Srikalahasti, thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. So, I just want to share my screen, then you can have a look at computer audio. Is it visible? Screen visible? All right, wonderful. See, change is something that happens all the time and everywhere. You know, you must be surprised to know that our body itself changes. The hair grows 0.35 mm every day. Even though the eye stops once you're born, the cheek stops growing once you're 12 years old, but it grows till you're 12 years. The rib cage is replaced every 15 years. The liver is replaced between 300 to 500 days, right? Our blood cells are replaced every 120 days. All right. The large intestine is replaced every 5 days, the cells in the large intestine. So getting into a lot more detail, okay? The fat storage cells are replaced every 10 years. Red blood cells are replaced every 120 days. The skin, what we see each other with, is replaced every 39 days. And the whole skeleton, due to change and growth, is replaced every 10 years. Okay? And that's why we are able to live our lives healthily, because there's constant change happening. So change is something not to be worried about. Change is something that has to be looked up to as an opportunity for making things better. Right? So this is very important to remember. So why do we need to change? Many, many decades ago, Einstein said, if you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got. That means unless you change the input, you can't change the output. Your doctor tells you to take a walk 2 kilometers every day, right? And you change those instructions, right? And you go back to what we were doing earlier, just walking 100 meters, 500 meters. And after 3 months, you go and check up again, and you don't see any change in the parameters. You're going to ask the doctor, how come it's not working? And the doctor is asking you, did you walk 2 kilometers every day? And you have no choice but to say, no, I didn't do that. So if you didn't change your habit and become a good habit of walking, because the doctor expected you to walk for 2 kilometers every day for you to become healthier, you will always get the same results from the diagnostic tests, right? So if you want to see a better outcome, a different outcome than what you are seeing now, you definitely have to embrace change. Okay. So if you look at what is happening around us in the world, technology is changing rapidly and affecting society. 10 years ago, not even 50% in the country had smartphones. Today, every single person, I would say, I've hardly seen anybody who doesn't have a smartphone. If they don't have one, it is wantedly, not because they don't have the money, but because they're at a work which will divert their attention if they have a smartphone. So they just get a speakerphone or a small feature phone, right? So technology is changing. So we have to change in tune with technology. Competition is no longer local but global. Do you know there are villages in China which make Ganesh Murtis? And these Ganesh Murtis are collected by a distributor there and sent in ships. Ships. It's not sent in planes. It's not such a small number. Ship loads, they're sent during Ganesh Chaturthi to India. And when you go to buy a Ganesha idol and you find a beautiful, nice idol, 50 rupees, and a slightly not so beautiful but local made idol for 100 rupees, unfortunately, 50% of Indians buy the 50 rupee idol. Our balance of trade with China has increased more and more because they have realized what we need and they're able to do those products at a price half of what our people do. I was talking to a businessman. He said that when we started to buy Japanese steel, we got into an agreement to sell our steel to them also. But none of the Japanese distributors bought our steel, even though we were cheaper. Why? They did not want to kill their own local steel market. So the Japanese as a nation had that commitment, but we don't have that commitment. So therefore, competition is no longer local, but global. So if we don't change, And if we don't, build up and build that capability in us completely to be able to address global challenges, somebody from somewhere in part of the world will come and take over our business, take over our professions. The industry today does not have patience to train and needs ready workers. Infosys, one of the well-known IT companies, built a training center in Mysore, which would recruit and train 6,000 people at one time. They had facilities for training and for keeping people in residence for 6 months. And that's what they would do. They would hire them from campus and keep them there for 6 months. They don't do that now. They've built and they've used systems which they can use within 2 weeks. And they need ready workers. Every industry needs ready workers. So we have to, in colleges today, to make our colleges viable, we have to make sure that our students are ready to work the moment they pass out of college. Right? So every organization evaluates return on investment. I recruit from a college, I get them to work in 2 weeks. My return on investment is high. I recruit from a college, I need to train this person for 6 months. My return on investment is not high. Next year, I will not come to recruit. They take these decisions. We've seen this happening all over India, all over the world. Same thing with an educational institution. We are spending so much money in training these students and sending them out to work, but they're not getting jobs. So therefore, the number of students coming in is lesser. What will happen? So many colleges all over India have closed down in the last few years. Many of them private, but some of them government. So every organization will always evaluate return on investment. So from all these perspectives, you'll find that, social media and NGOs, they push for change in every aspect of our life. Climate change is happening. Temperatures are going up. Weather conditions are going crazy. So therefore, right? Therefore, all the work, all what is needed in the industry, the type of people, the type of knowledge they need to have changes based on how the world is changing. So all of this has to be kept in mind by us, and we have the power. As educationists, we are respected, we have the capability. Many, many decades ago, after the Second World War, Japan faced a big problem. It got devastated because the Nagasaki and Hiroshima bombing. So they had to take a decision. How can we build the next generation of Japanese to be very polite, to be very disciplined, to be very committed, so that we can build the nation, we can rebuild the nation. So they realized that the students will not listen to their parents, but they will listen to their teachers, especially when you start teaching them, nurturing them from a young age. So all the school teachers were then trained to take care of the students so that they can supervise them and make sure that they do not become angry, that they become very polite, they become very disciplined. And it continues to this day. It is so amazing that even today, when the Japanese go to watch football matches in other countries, they clean the stadium before leaving. They don't need to. It's not their country. They still do it because they've been trained right from school days, right? So therefore, from a big perspective, competition becoming global, the whole world becoming one society, and companies and institutions evaluating return on investment, we must understand that there is a need to change and nothing to worry, because the only thing permanent in the world is change. Many, many years ago, Obama said this: change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. Right? Many times we do that. Oh, okay, maybe somebody else will come and do this. I've got tired. Or maybe it's not yet time. No, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Okay, so you can remember this very interesting statement. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay, it's an anonymous quote, but it's a very interesting quote at this point in time. Of course, we must change things, but change things where we have control, power, and where we can make a difference to our own lives and to the lives of the children we are teaching. Okay? Sridhar Vembu is 1 year my senior. Okay? He successfully demonstrated that you can start building companies from a village. So he runs the headquarters of Zoho Corporation, a 9,000 crore, a $1.1 billion turnover company sitting in Tenkasi, a village in Tamil Nadu. That's his village. That's his office headquarters. And he wears a dhoti to work and he cycles to work. Right? So you can, you don't have to think that only certain things happen. So he had written and he had said that to succeed, we need to embrace uncertainty. Don't have to be everything to be perfect and everything happens clockwork. To some extent, we work towards it. But if it doesn't happen, we don't worry too much about it. For example, COVID in 2021. The credit card transactions were about 630,000 crore rupees, a fall of 13.7%. The debit card was 660,000 crore rupees. Luckily, as a country, we are still more debit and less credit. That's one good thing, because otherwise we get into big debts, more suicides, more problems. Hopefully, in the next few generations, all of these things will become much lower and lower. But right now, we are still okay from a debt perspective. But what changed? The UPI transactions, because of small transactions, and because everywhere people were trying to use the UPI, it was much faster, didn't need change, didn't need contact. You didn't have to worry about COVID spreading through paper, spreading through notes. 92% increase, 41,000 crores. Okay, nearly 7 times more than the credit and debit card transactions. So things change. You can't even go back now. Just imagine going back to, transacting everywhere and everything in cash. Fortune 500. 500, from many years, from 1955, it's been compiling the list of the top 500 countries in the world based on their turnover. So from 1955 till now, nearly 70 years, only 52 companies have retained their place in the Fortune 500. What does it mean? It means 90% of the companies have changed. So nothing remains constant. Nothing remains constant. Okay. So let's look at, the companies also. From 2000, the top 5 companies were Coca-Cola, Microsoft, IBM, GE, and Intel in 2000. Let's see, in 19 years' time, what changes have happened. This is what you see on the screen is how every year the company turnover changed. And then you can see, slowly the top 5 are going. Nokia came in for some time. And then from 2008, Google, and then Apple, right? And then Microsoft and IBM remained there, but Coca-Cola started going down. And IBM went away, Toyota came in, Amazon came in. Okay. Coca-Cola is still there in the 5th in 2019. Now they've shifted out of 2009 of the 5th place. But what we're trying to say is that everywhere you will see change happening. Okay. I'll give you some examples. Guess the first product of this company, Sony. These are all well-known companies. We all use some of their products. Nokia, Samsung, Lego, Nintendo. Lego is very famous in the West. We've started having some things here also, where I'm sure if you have relatives in America, they all grew up on Lego bricks and Lego models. Nintendo is gaming. So anybody who's having kids, teenagers, Nintendo. Lamborghini, world famous for the fastest and most luxurious cars. Colgate, though we've grown up with it. IKEA, we recently got IKEA in Hyderabad and IKEA in Bangalore. LG, very well known brand. But whatever you know these companies today for, did they start with those products? Right? Just imagine. I'm sure you started thinking, what could be the first product? Let's see how many of you got it right. Amazon is the last company. Sony, it started with the rice cooker. Imagine if they had continued making rice cookers. They would not be anywhere near where we are today. Nokia, can you believe it, started with toilet paper. Okay, water was in short supply. So in 1860, people in Finland, they were using toilet paper instead of water. It was in short supply. It was a difficult place. But then That became the culture in the West, and now they're moving to our Indian culture of using bidets, they call it, jets, water jets. But that's how it started. Samsung, it was just like many of us know, there are some grocery store owners we know, each one of us, where we buy our groceries from. Samsung owner was a grocery store owner, but see how he grew his grocery store. Lego basically started with wooden toys, but now they have very advanced machines and mechanisms where students can learn all the principles of physics, of engineering, and so on. Nintendo playing cards. Lamborghini tractor. The first product was a tractor, not a luxury car. See where they are now. Colgate soap and candles, not toothpaste, not tooth powder, but today very famous for toothpaste and tooth powder. IKEA with pens, very famous for furniture. LG TV, washing machine, but started with facial cream. Amazon was an online bookstore, and today, in addition to books, you get 99,000 other things on Amazon. So everywhere, the moment you know that something is going to be better, something is going to be more useful to society, something has got more business margin, something has got more scope, you have to change. Okay, change nurtures creativity. Change makes sure that what is there new was not there before. So only if you change things, like all of you, if you're working in the kitchen, okay, or if you're working in a factory, there are raw materials that you get: carrots, tomatoes, onions, potatoes. They are the raw material. You have to cut it. You have to make pieces. You have to boil it. You have to steam it. You have to do something, make it change to create something new, like a dish, a sambar, a rasam. You have to cut something. So always change. If you want something creative, something new, you have to change something old. So it nurtures creativity. So it's not negative at all. Second, it nurtures courage. Not everybody can change. And who is better than the Telugus of this world? They are there in every country that Indians are there. Out of the 200 countries in the world, about 185 countries, Indians are there. And in those 185 countries, about 175 countries, Telugu people are there. Right? The second most growing language in United States is Telugu. Right? How does it happen? Because people have decided to, do something more important or more, prevalent, or whatever they want to pursue: education, academics, business. And it requires a tremendous amount of courage to leave one town and go to another town. So change nurtures courage, right? Any change nurtures courage. Change also means taking calculated risk. Change for the sake of change, you can get into trouble. So always take some calculated risk. Take the help of people, connect with people. Whatever you're doing, whatever you plan to change, you do it with the calculated risk, it makes a big difference. And just because of change, you can have continuity. Let's look at companies, right? I showed you the companies: Sony, Amazon, all of them. If they had not changed, where they would be continuing? They would have closed down. Any company that did not change has closed down. Kodak was already had digital cameras, but the people in Kodak did not allow the digital cameras to come out. They continued with film cameras. What happened? They did not change with the need, change with the time. What happened? The digital cameras took over. Nobody was buying film cameras anymore. Kodak closed down completely as a company. So if you want continuity, you have to change. Change nurtures continuity. Okay. So these are 4 important things for you to remember. All 4 C's: creativity, courage, calculated risk, continuity. These 4 things you must remember are connected to change. So therefore, if you want change to happen, you should jump out of complacency. Complacency is hoping that if you sit in one place, things will continue to work the way it is. It won't. You will have to jump out of this. So what does it mean? It means you have to disrupt your existing routine. So you have to do something that you've not done before, but at the same time, you have to continue to do some things that you've done before. So you have to learn to balance. Okay? Because change causes disrupting routine. Could be something you've been doing something in a particular way, it changes now. Right? But if it changes, you should not completely drop everything from the past. Whatever is important from the past, continue it, learn to balance. The second one is acceptance of circumstances to prevent stress, but acting upon it proactively. See, change, while the positivities are what we discussed, the negativities, it causes stress. You must have noticed that if you kept shoes in a particular way, in a particular place in your house, and somebody came and shifted it, and you're now looking for your shoe, or you're looking for your sandals or chappals or slippers, and you're not getting it, and it's getting late to work, it's getting late to come to the sessions, you get very angry, you know. So acceptance of circumstance. See, stress, we all learned it. All of you attended some of my earlier sessions. The moment there is something that is going on in life, if you are in acceptance, right, but need not be in agreement, you are in acceptance. Okay, this has happened now, so let's see what I can do. Acting upon it proactively will help you again get out of complacency. Otherwise, you will go back to your old days. Oh my God, I'm not doing this. I got tired. I don't want change. So acceptance of circumstances, that will help you prevent stress. Otherwise, change can cause stress. Okay. And then many times people don't change because of fear of failure. That's why I said change nurtures courage. So you have to overcome the fear of failure, right? What helps you overcome fear of failure? Try and recollect the times when earlier some failure has happened, but how you overcame it. So if you have overcome the failure once, you can overcome it again. So don't worry about failure. The moment you worry about failure, you are more likely to fail. You simply take a calculated risk and go ahead. Okay, that's the thing that you have to do if you want to come out of complacency. Then resistance to change, because it's very natural for human beings to resist change. Okay? You want me to test it out? You try it out yourself. If you're wearing your watch on one hand, try and change it to the other hand and see if you can last 5 minutes. Just for you, just for your own, I would say practice. If you're wearing your watch on one hand, try and wear it on the other hand and see whether you can last for 5 minutes. You will find after some time you'll feel very, very uncomfortable. Okay. And you'll want to put it back on the same hand because change is not easy, right? So you'll want to avoid the resistance to change. So you should try and see and make some of these activities. For example, whole one day, don't put your purse in your pocket. Or as if you're a woman, be one day without carrying your purse around. Just try it. This will get you trained so that you avoid resistance to change. Okay? One of the first symptoms of complacency is procrastination. Let me do that tomorrow. There's enough time. Let me do it tomorrow. Let me do it later. The words that you use, do it tomorrow, do it later, this, is a symptom that, oh, you are resisting change. You're getting more complacent. You're not getting the courage to change. You're not thinking creatively. So this is something that you must watch out for. Okay. And remember, many times the whole world works on commitment. Take your own lives. You cannot be totally independent. Totally, you cannot be. Somebody will come and supply a morning newspaper. Somebody comes and supplies the morning milk to you. Okay. The electricity department is trusting you and sends you current. The water supply department trusts you and sends you water. They are committed. Imagine if that waterman forgets to switch on the tap or switch on the wall that sends water to you. If the electricity person forgets to switch on the connectivity to get correct for you. If the milkman forgets to deliver milk. They can give any excuse, but they don't. 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10, they're committed. So commitment over convenience is more important. So many times you'll get feelings. So many times other people will tell you this will not work. So many opinions will come. Don't worry about that. You be committed over convenience. It's very convenient to give an excuse, but don't give an excuse. Be committed. This is a sure way out of complacency. Then you can definitely achieve what you want without worrying too much about your own feelings or about others' things. So what does taking calculated risks means? It means that you are moving away from your comfort zone. Okay, I'll give you an example of how this works. There was a person called George Dantitz. he was attending a math class as part of his master's course in a university, right? He copied down 2 problems because he came late to class and the maths teacher had already written the problems on the board. He thought it was homework and he spent a couple of weeks because he felt it was a very difficult homework and solved them. In fact, those 2 problems were unsolved problems in statistics, which later earned him a doctorate, and he became world famous because of that. Now, what did that teach us? Everybody else in the class did not even attempt it because they said they were unsolved problems. But George Danzig did not know it was unsolved problem, so he solved the problem. You know, so many times you never know. You're completely capable of doing so many of these things. You have the skills, you have the competence, you have the attitude. You just have to take the courage to start doing things differently, right? So you have to take that calculated risk like George Danzig did. He didn't even know that there were unsolvable problems and he solved it. Okay. So what should we do? We should therefore identify for ourselves. Okay. Right? We have to identify for ourselves how we can get over the uh, shackles of complacency, and we have to identify and move away from doing only what you're told to trying to see what can I do to improve myself, what can I do to improve my organization, so that what is their end goal? How can I get every student in Andhra Pradesh equipped to either get a job or to be an entrepreneur and make others employable? That means give jobs to others, either get a job themselves because they are competent or become an entrepreneur so that they can give jobs to others. What can you and the organization do for this? Right. So what we'll do is in each location, the master trainer can help us in this regard. Identify and make yourself as groups of 4. Right. More than that becomes a problem. Right. In the group of 4, you decide and discuss what you need to change to achieve personal and organizational goals. And therefore, having identified that change, right, remember that we do what is called a boots technique. Identify what needs to change in your self or in the organization to achieve both personal and organizational goals. So how do you document this? When you're discussing amongst the 4 of you, benefits of that change. If I do this change, what is the benefit? Right? I know I want to change, but what are the obstacles that can come? Identify those obstacles. If you can do it yourself and in discussion with the other 3, it makes a big difference because they will help you identify these obstacles. Each one of you can discuss with each other, right? Then overcoming obstacles. What can you do therefore? There are these obstacles, but I'm sure the ideas to overcome also are with you. So the first is B, benefits. Second is O, obstacles. The third is also overcoming obstacles. The fourth is when you want to overcome obstacles, there will be some tasks that you will identify. We need to do task 1, task 2, task 3. Document those tasks. And then finally, when do you think this should be done? What is the schedule to complete the task? So we call this process as boots: benefits, obstacles, overcoming obstacles, tasks in detail, schedule to complete tasks. Okay. So if you want, you can make a note of these 5 points. And then, when you form groups within your own teams there, groups of 4, like I said, all right. It's now 10:33, 10:55. Okay. About 20 minutes from now, right? From each location, we will have 1 or 2 teams share what is the change they've identified and what they will do over the next whatever schedule to do the boots process, benefits of the change, obstacles, overcoming obstacles, tasks and schedules. All right. So let's take about 20 minutes from now and come back and share with the rest of us so that it's a joint learning for all of us. I'm sure that sometimes some of the things that you do in one location can help other location. I found this all the time in the last 20, 25 years that I've been in the industry and teaching. Okay, so can we start now? From Kakinada to Nellore, Anantapur, Kadapa, Guntur, Rajahmundry, Pillar, Srikalahasti, Vijayawada. Please form yourselves in groups of 4 and say, identify amongst yourself what is it that needs to change that can, and what are the benefits of the change, and how can you identify the obstacles, how can you overcome the obstacles, what tasks need to be done, what schedules. One of the things could be ensuring everything is taught in English, right? So what should be done? That's a change that you need to definitely implement. That's one thing. And so many similar challenges could be there in your own workplace. Identify what needs to change, and let's see whether we can adopt this boots technique to see how to make that change happen. Okay? Groups of 4, very simple. If 2 of you are sitting, just turn around. You'll have just 2 more people in your group. Groups of 4. So I see very nicely activity happening in Kakinada. I don't see any movement happening in Nellore. Everybody's simply sitting yet. So if you can change and make groups of.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, shall we start now only?
Yeah, you make a group now. Yes, you should start.
After which time we have to report, sir?
10:55, 20 more minutes. 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, sir. Now we'll start, sir. Thank you.
Start. Thank you. Kadapa. I can see movement. Very nice. Guntur. Okay, please. That's how, that's also complacency. Not wanting to sit up and make groups of 4. Rajamundry, can you turn around or in the same line make groups of 4? Pillar, groups of 4. Kalahasti, Vijayawada, very nice. I see some movement happening in Vijayawada. So we have another 15, 20 minutes. The moment any teams are ready, you start giving me a thumbs up. So I'll put you in that order, right? So that, you can come and present in order.
Master trainers are requested to help them to make groups. Each location, master trainers are there. Please help them.
So each location can select 1 or 2 teams to present and talk about the change they've identified and use the boots technique to communicate. All right, and we'll do it in the order of those who first, show the thumbs up. Okay, Kadapa can be first. Just give 2 more minutes, ma'am. We'll start at 10:55. 5 more minutes. We'll start at 10:55. So NRC Kadapa will be first.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I see a hands up from Kakinada. So Kakinada will be second. I see another hand. Guntur is third.
Sir, DRC Nellore is fourth, sir. Number
All
4.
right. I'm making a note. Thank you so much. DRC Nellore is fourth. Yes.
Number 4, sir.
Yes. I've made a note. Thank you. I see Vijayawada has raised its hand. So Vijayawada is fifth. Okay, so Kadapa can get ready. Kadapa?
Yes, sir. We are ready, sir.
Go ahead. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Kadapa. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity, sir. First of all, after our discussion, we find that main obstacles to us are language, overreactive nature, fear, and shyness.
Okay.
The benefit of change is, sir,
Yeah.
for peacefulness, pleasant lifestyle, professionalism, as well as in personal life.
Okay.
Sir, to overcome anger, we have to take 10 breaths. After that, we respond, not suddenly we react. Instead of reacting, we have to respond to the situation after by taking tasks to complete or to become more peaceful is to be to practice this the meditation, breathing exercises, and also being silent in sometimes.
Okay.
Not to react. Yes, sir. And to overcome these resistance and shyness and to speak in front of others or in public, conduct some programs like some seminars and have to face this type of situations more time, like weekly once or monthly once, we have to schedule it to overcome these drawbacks. And as Madam said, we have to overcome the anger and overreacting nature of ourselves. To these things we have to practice meditation. Spend 5 minutes per day with ourselves. Overcome these issues we have. Like habits and habits.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Very nice sharing. Any the team in Kadapa?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Sir, the point that is need to change is dedication of individuals of organizations.
Okay.
So benefits are
Huh.
organization will grow.
Okay.
Increase in the self-confidence among the individuals of the institution.
Okay.
Respect towards the institution and among the individuals will develop.
Okay.
So the obstacles, individual indiscipline, organizational administration,
Okay.
societal boundaries.
Okay.
So overcoming obstacles, training for individuals towards discipline and commitment.
Okay.
Values are to be inculcated in the period of training.
Okay.
The tasks.
Hmm.
A committee may be constituted to learn the facts.
Okay.
Participation of different category people.
Okay.
So schedule.
Hmm.
Relevant timing and plan of training, place of training, like that. Maybe.
Okay.
So the points we have discussed among the different categories.
Hmm.
So these are this is about schedule.
Very nice. Very nice. So the idea is to help you all get a technique that will help you identify what is it that you need to change and how can we very systematically, professionally, in a time-bound manner plan for that change. So thank you for having done this exercise, and I'm sure you'll be able to apply it in your day-to-day life as well. Thank you so much, NRC Kadapa. Can we have NRC Kakinada now?
Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning.
This is Subramanyeshwari from ASD Government College, NRC Kakinada.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. So our topic is technology adoption in education.
Very nice. Okay.
Coming to the benefits, actually, when we talk about students' benefits, because there are many stakeholders in education field, so it will open a lot of time for opportunities and resources from the student point of view. So they will not have any barriers for their classroom learning. Because when we talk about the technology, so this is the major example, you are sitting somewhere else and we are sitting somewhere else, but we are able to listen to your talk, which might not be possible if technology is not present. So students will be actually getting that benefit, and a student from a remote area can be having an opportunity to do any degree or any course that he is interested in based on his self-paced learning. So like IIT Madras has opened a BSc degree, which anybody can register it online and do it, but it would not have been possible if technology is not present.
Absolutely.
Coming to the teachers,
Yeah.
it will open up new opportunities and we can upgrade ourselves. Even in the research field also, lot more of collaborative work can be done. So these are the benefits if we inculcate technology in our education field. And coming to the obstacles, the first and foremost obstacle that we face in government degree colleges is the infrastructure and the resistance to change from both the students as well as the teaching fraternity and affordability by the students as well as lack of expertise in proficiency of using the technology.
Right.
Now, coming to overcoming the obstacles, bringing attitude and change is the main obstacle that we have to overcome.
Right.
And mobilization of funds is the major obstacle that should be overcome. We are talking about technology to be involved in the classroom.
Right.
And tasks that we are going to actually plan are conducting several awareness programs for both the students as well as teachers. So which will benefit themselves. That means the students can get awareness that, okay, we can do an degree from IIT, which is not possible if we are not shifting towards online or technology involvement. And coming to teachers, we can actually, or even for the students, we can conduct various training programs like this so that they can be inculcating the uses of technology in the field. And coming to the schedules, so if we are going to talk about our degree colleges, for the first year, we'll be conducting some more orientation programs.
Right.
Even, right when they enter the college. So the first year they will not have having any knowledge about this online field because they will be just completing their intermediate. So if we actually try to motivate them towards the uses of technology and how it is going to benefit them, how it is going to open them to a global job market. So definitely they will shift towards that technological revolution. And coming to teachers also, we'll be generally organizing faculty forums so that they can actually identify how they can use technology to improve their research as well as the personal growth. Thank you, sir.
Very true. Very, very well done, ma'am. Very nice topic as well. Is there any other team from Kakinada?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Sir, thank you. Sir, I am responding from NRC Kakinada, sir.
Yes, good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, two things I prepared, sir. Actually, one is plastic as a problem and mindset as a problem. Which one you want, I will give an explanation on it.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Sir, first I want to explain this mindset, sir. How we are, this is complete psychological. Change is inevitable. In our lifestyle, way of thinking, targets what we are using, and what itself changing.
Right.
To that change, we are not changing, I think. Our way of thinking. Basically, people are related to change. This is first aspect, sir.
Correct.
So environment and everything is changing. Example, 100 kilometer speed, but we are not going along with that.
Right.
That is the main obstacle.
Okay.
Example, generations. My children are saying that I am outdated. It means that we have to change. That is, first they recognize in me, I am outdated.
Right.
So that we have to change according to that.
Okay.
To overcome these obstacles, what I suggest is Kaizen principle. Continuous improvement, continuous learning, preparedness, positive attitude, open mind, and accept the change. If we have this kind of attitude, then we can overcome these obstacles.
Very nice.
Put on tasks in detail. My suggestion is prepare our students and children for futures, not for past or any present.
Agreed.
For example, we must prepare our children for the Third World War. We must prepare our children if one day or other day disappear from this earth, how we can survive.
Correct. Very good idea.
This kind of, for example, COVID-19 we experienced.
Yes.
If any that kind of problem, if we occur immediately, how we can survive? Why? Because life is important. Everything is based on our way of thinking.
Correct.
So that is those are the tasks to give to our children and schedule to complete the task. Top-down approach.
Yeah.
Governments to institutions to teachers to students. Whenever we change their mindsets, automatically we can prepare for future.
Right.
This is my explanation. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you from Kakinada. Can we have Guntur now? NRC Guntur? I've also made a note that after Vijayawada, Rajahmundry and Anantapur will take. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, our topic is change from teacher-centric method to student-centric method.
Very nice topic, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. The benefits of this change are overall development of the student. It enhances the active learning by students. It improves the knowledge of the students. It develops communication skills in students, and more adoption of student-centric method leads to complete achievement of the course outcomes and the domain skills.
Very true.
Next, obstacles in this are, first one is it should be adopted by the teachers. First, teachers have to adopt this, and then student-centric activities need a lot of prior planning by the teacher. So they have to design some student-centric activities which requires time, and adoption of these student-centric methods requires infrastructure also sometimes. So this infrastructure may not be available, like the systems, computers, internet, or LCDs for presentation. So such infrastructure may be an obstacle. And also, moreover, by adopting these student-centric methods, it requires some time also. So syllabus completion may be a problem.
Right. So how to overcome them?
How to overcome? By conducting training programs for teachers to use student-centric methods more in their academic, then proper planning by the teacher, and then using technology by the teacher, adopting the technology by the teachers.
Very nice.
And then creating awareness about this. Then for tasks, you can adopt some student-centric methods like seminars, group discussions, quiz, role play, and few like this. Then the schedule to complete this task is, we have to plan this for our plan it in our academic plan, academic curricular plan. We have we have to adopt this in our academic curricular plan and plan it according to the schedule of our semester.
Okay.
So this is, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Very nice. Very well done. Is there anybody else from Guntur? Okay. If no one is there, then we'll go to Nellore. NRC Nellore. Please unmute and present your case. NRC Nellore.
So can we NRC Anantapur?
I've just put you in that list, ma'am. I'll just give a minute or two. If Nellore is not ready, then you can come. But let's just wait, because they raised their hand quite some time ago. Nellore, are you ready?
Sir, one second. We are ready, sir.
Okay. Anantapur, please wait, ma'am. I hope you don't mind. Please start, sir, from Nellore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead.
So the change we have to achieve is to improve the employability of the students. The benefits of this is, if we show more employability to the students on par with the engineering and management colleges, there will be more admissions.
Right.
And the government colleges will flourish.
Very nice.
The obstacles here are lack of communication and technical skills because of their rural backgrounds.
Okay.
And to overcome this, the obstacles that the institution should implement more skill development programs. Tasks here are involving industries with the academics and involving students in different group discussions, seminars, workshops, etc.
Okay.
We can schedule some programs every weekend and to encourage students to achieve more participation and also to achieve more technical and communication skills in the students.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. In fact, you know what you have suggested, you should actually put it in the college calendar, ma'am. Because many times suggestions come, but if you don't deliver on it, it then just becomes a theoretical exercise. So what you've suggested is really nice. See how you
Yes,
can
sir.
actually put it in the college calendar and push the college and
Yes, sir.
institution to do.
Thank you.
And then you will suddenly notice within a few years, everything changes. You know,
Yes.
it's always the delivery that's more important than the planning. So that's why I clearly made it that put it tasks in detail and the schedule to do those tasks. Those becomes very, very important. Thank you so much, ma'am,
Sure.
for sharing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, NRC Nellore. Anantapur, you can go ahead now. Go ahead, NRC Anantapur. Good morning, ma'am. Please go ahead. Not able to hear you. Anantapur, NRC, we are not able to hear you. Is anyone else able to hear them? Can you just check your audio? In the meanwhile, can I ask someone else to talk?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you now. But we can only hear good morning. After that, we can't hear.
Problem, sir.
You want to try again? Maybe come closer to the computer and directly talk into the mic.
Audible, sir? Audible, sir?
Very, very faint. Very faint. But the good morning was very, very loud. How does it change?
Actually, power is off here, so that's a problem in the network, maybe.
Ah,
Is it audible, sir, now?
Very, very audible now. Please go ahead.
So, as a group activity, the team one from NRC Anantapur. So, we have identified that that is personal goals regarding personal goals, updating ourselves to the needs of the students. That is so many things are changing day by day. So that is the reason we want to update ourselves to the needs of the students and attain overall development. This is the this is the personal goal we want to achieve.
Okay.
And what is the benefit of the change means change is eternal. So as we have already discussed in your session, sir, change is eternal.
Right.
So we should update according to the needs of the students. That is the benefit.
Right.
So we should mold our minds so that we can change our minds also.
Very nice.
And what are the obstacles that may come means stress and pressure may build up while balancing both official and then personal and professional.
True.
So that is the obstacle. And how we can overcome the obstacles means with good willpower and yoga, meditation, and support from well-wishers. All are the positive aspects by which we can overcome the obstacle.
Very nice.
And the tasks in detail are capacity building, like attending these type of workshops, professional development, subject expertise. All these are the tasks in detail.
Right.
And the schedule to complete task means we have to discuss among ourselves and then weekly report like, so what we have achieved and what is pending, that we can discuss.
Yes.
And now my friend will discuss about organizational goals.
Oh, very nice. Please go ahead.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, coming to the organizational goal, stakeholders should attain their goals and get settled good in the career, sir.
Right.
Benefits of the change, organization will get good reputation from that, and the stakeholders will have faith in the system, and we also get good admissions, sir.
Very true.
Coming to obstacles, in some situations, financial inclusions may not reach to the expectations. To overcome this obstacle, we have to convince all sections of people in order to meet the needs. So tasks, frequent discussions among the staff members, and convincing all sections of people. The schedule to complete this task, we have to schedule according to the semester wise, and we have to divide the work among all the staff members.
Very nice.
And the credit also goes to all the staff members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very, very nice ideas. I'm sure it'll help you to implement it. Thank you so much for your sharing, NRC Anantapur. Thank you so much again. Can we have NRC Vijayawada now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, yes, sir. Today we have selected a change, taking into the consideration as we are facing very long summers from the past couple of years.
Right.
So here we think of the change that promotes the green corners and enhancing the aesthetic sense.
Okay, wonderful.
So it is that this change may be across the global or across the campuses and different organizations, especially government organizations.
Right.
So the benefits of the change, as we all know that as it will enhances the environmental sustainability
Okay.
with the sustainable goals. And it will promote the aesthetic sense among the young minds.
Very true.
And it is a positive solution to the global warming, the main problem that we are facing across the globe.
True.
And the environmental behavior in young minds. These all are the benefits.
Okay.
If we consider this change.
Okay.
And the main obstacles, if we want to implement this change across the organizations, especially in the government organizations, is the maintenance.
Right.
As we all know, the lack of proper manpower and resources, especially the limitation of space, and mainly the protection during the vacations.
Right.
And the financial and other resources are the main obstacles
Right.
to make this change.
Right.
And we think of how to overcome this obstacle. So the possible solutions may be appointing some gardeners, watermans
Right.
in the organization, and promoting new techniques like vertical gardening, roof gardening, terrace gardening, and hydroponics to combat the limitation of space.
Very nice.
So for protection during the vacation, we can plan like involving the various stakeholders of the university, of universities or organizations like students, alumni, parents.
Right.
And to combat with the resources, we can approach the local authorities like VMs, municipal commissioners, or different beautification and greenery promoting corporations.
Correct.
To cope up with the resources. So these are the overcoming obstacles, probable solutions, sir.
Right.
And what are the tasks we should schedule to welcome this change is? So in order to cope up with the greenery, in order to promote the greenery, so departmental wise in the organizations, departmental wise allocation of some green spaces, so that the department people and the students can look after those green spaces.
Okay.
And they can promote, they can make for the better maintenance of the green corners.
Right.
And the celebration of various days like environmental day, water day, so that young minds can know what are the main positive aspects of promoting these green corners.
Very true.
And coming to the schedule to complete the task, so we can, so every task should be completed by having some vigilance. So monthly vigilance by various committees, and for promoting and for encouraging the students to participate in this such activities, we can allocate some credits so that they can enthusiastically participate in such programs.
Okay, makes sense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, from NRC Vijayawada. Is there any other team there, or should we move to Rajahmundry? Okay, so can we have NRC Rajahmundry? NRC Rajahmundry? And after this, we'll have Pillar and Sri Kalahasti. NRC Rajahmundry? I'm not able to hear you. Can you unmute or make sure that it's connected? Rajamandri, I'm not able to hear you. Can you unmute? Can you just check, Rajamandri? I'm not able to hear you. Is anybody else able to hear them?
No, sir, not audible.
Not audible. Rajamandri, can you just check your mic? Maybe go directly to the computer and see if you can speak instead of remotely. Are you able to hear us at least? Because when I asked you, many of you put thumbs up, so I know that you can hear us. Correct? But we are not able to hear you. Pillar, are you ready? Is there any team from Pillar that is ready that can share? Please go ahead. You can unmute and share. In the meanwhile, they'll get their audio system correct. Please go ahead, NRC Pillar.
Morning, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, out of the 5, the first one is benefits of the change. See, the students' activities will be improved.
Right.
When we implement the student-centric activities, sir.
Okay.
So the second one is the lifestyle of the students will be changed. The next one is the self-confidence will be improved.
Okay, very good.
The next one is obstacles that come across. So for initially, the less number of students might participate in any activities, sir.
Agreed, yes.
Gradually, the number of students may be improved.
Correct.
In due course of time.
Correct.
Then they face the communication problem. The next one is language problem also come across, sir.
Yes.
The next, lack of technical skills, if it is a technical field.
Correct.
Then to overcome the obstacles, encouraging the participant students by awarding some grades, marks and everything, so that the participation will be improved.
Right.
Sometimes even the collaborative works, MOUs and other tasks.
Okay.
Then the next one is the tasks in detail.
Okay.
So the task in detail means the debates of the subject topics among the students.
Okay.
So subject topics among the students by debates.
Okay.
Student seminars and quiz either on subject or in general.
Okay, good idea.
The next one is the schedule to complete means it may take depending upon the task we give.
Right.
It may be 1 week or 2 months or 1 month like that, sir.
Correct.
So that's all about that, sir.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you so much from
Thank you, sir.
Miller. Very well done. We just have to ensure that it is implemented in the calendar because your ideas are amazing. You know, if you just implement it, you will see, like one of you was suggesting, that make a government institution as famous or better than private institutions. I myself come from a government institution. IIT is a government institution, right? So I don't see any reason why a government institution should be anywhere different than a private. So it's people like you who make all the difference. So I'm sure you will all, implement many of these learnings and start making a big difference in your own local society. Thank you so much. Can we have Sri Kalahasti, the team from Sri Kalahasti? And if Rajamandri is ready, if their audio is set, they can also come. Is there a team from Sri Kalahasti? Unmute yourself, ma'am. NRC Srikar Hasti. Is there the master trainer there who can help them unmute that and so that they can use the mic properly? Yes, yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. The concept we have dealt is with the group activities.
Okay.
We discussed about how we can bring the change between online education and offline education.
Okay.
So after COVID-19, we brought a dynamic shift in the world education system, sir. So
Right.
the imposition of lockdown led to the shutdown of all the physical classrooms. So
Right.
all the teaching fraternity and all the students have gone through a lot of change to adopt the online education.
Very true.
So this is the benefits of the change we got to. So whatever in the earlier times or in the past, we used to think that only the physical or offline education is only the solution for teaching.
Right.
But the COVID-19 and the pandemic brought the benefits of the change. How we can also deal the teaching or education system in the online mode.
True.
So the obstacles that may come while adopting this online education is the most the technology, sir. So
Yes.
in the most of the remote areas or the rural areas, the technology is underdeveloped. So
Right.
the technology is the first obstacle in every world, in the all parts of the world are facing it.
Right.
So how we can bring the overcoming obstacles. So in this scenario, adopting a few or some institutions where they can provide the technology and
Okay.
where they can provide the online education.
Right.
Yes. So coming to the task in detail, first we need to see what concepts or what lessons we can delve in offline mode and what concepts we can delve in online mode.
Okay.
So that we can adopt the blended learning.
Very true. Very nice, ma'am.
Yes, these are the tasks, and schedule to complete the task is provide in the institutions or in the teaching methodology what some concepts in the offline mode and the same concepts how they can teach in the online mode. Provide some assignments to the students so that they can get inculcate how to use it in online mode and offline modes.
Right. Right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Very nice. Very nice sharing. I think that's the challenge of the day. But one good news is that the government is working towards very good internet connectivity to all the rural areas as well.
Yes, yes.
So by December, they're expecting the fiber optic connectivity. See, Sridhar Vembu's Zoho Corporation is a great example. It's a rural town of Tamil Nadu called Tenkasi. And from there, they are building software for the whole world. It's the headquarters of Zoho Corporation. And they are a 9,000 crore company. They have 500 employees in the headquarters. And they built some products that we used all over the world. So, thank you so much, NRC.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice. We can hear you now, Rajmandri. NRC Rajmandri, please go ahead.
So is it audible, sir, now?
Yes, it's audible. Please go ahead.
So this is Sanjeev from Government College Rajahmundry.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
So as a physics faculty, majority of my students are facing problems with English, basically.
Okay.
So I want to introduce functional English in addition to conventional English.
Right. Right.
So the basic benefits of functional English is domain-specific vocabulary.
Right.
And domain-specific reading, writing, speaking skills.
Mm-hmm.
And it reduces unnecessary burden on the student.
Okay.
Related to linguistics.
Okay.
Main obstacles are you need to prepare material. Specific.
Okay.
And thanks to this Russian others, they have prepared this functional English material for almost 15 domains.
Okay.
And only for online now.
Okay.
And another obstacle is collaboration between various partners.
Got it.
You have to sit with language faculty to develop the material.
Okay.
And tasks. So to overcome the obstacles, we have to identify specific experts who are both domain, who have domain specific
knowledge. Okay.
Knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And tasks are same thing. Domain specific should be domain specific. Schedule is it takes 2 to 3 months to prepare the material and 3 weeks for training the faculty.
Okay.
And at least a semester or 2 3 semesters to implement it.
Very nice.
We have been implementing this functional English for physics in Rajahmundry College for MSc students for the past 4 years.
I see. Very nice. You must share this knowledge with the other colleges also. Sunil, thank you so much, Professor. Because this is something that is the need of the hour. So, if whatever content you have generated, whatever your experience is, if you can share it with the rest of the institutions through JKCMC, CCAP, I think it will make a very big difference. Sometimes these events are required, these training programs which are online are required for everybody else to know what you have done. And you've shared exactly the crux of the challenge that is facing, and that is the essence of this whole 5-day program that you're all, 6-day program that you're all going through. So thank you so much for that sharing. We've come towards the end of this. We still have a minute. So if anybody wants to share or any question that you have to ask, feel free to do so. And I thank you so much for your participation. And I'm sure that you will identify for yourself and for the organization useful changes that are necessary and use the boots technique to actually implement it and drive it and make a difference. So thank you so much. If you have any questions or anybody wants to share, feel free to unmute and share. We still have a minute left. Anyone? Are you all good? Vijayawada? Anantapur? Thumbs up if everything is okay. Vijayawada? Anantapur? Kadapa?
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah?
NRC Kadapa, sir.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Small question, sir.
Yes.
Actually, from the last 5 days, we are attending these programs on effective communication in classrooms.
Right.
And to develop our life skills and communication skills.
Right.
My question is, here everyone is feeling that we are very much enlightened with this excellent sessions from the last 5 days.
Okay.
I have attended these type of programs for the last 5 years. So every year and every semester I am attending.
Okay.
After the completion of session, we like that we are very much enlightened and we are going to change.
Okay.
But this enlightenment will carry up to certain time only. After that, again we are going back into the routine work, and again we are facing the problem. If we attend this type of thing, I think we get enlightened. But my question is how to make this sustainable and constant with us. How can we continue this with forever?
Very, very good question, ma'am. This is the challenge the whole world faces. Okay. So sometimes what you need to do is take some time out, ma'am. Right? When you go back into routine, right? That's why I said jumping out of the shackles of complacency. When you go back into the routine, you've got to take some time out, take a vacation, go watch a movie, do some exercise. In the Art of Living, we have something called an advanced course, an Art of Silence course, where you go and keep quiet for 2 or 3 days. It rejuvenates you completely and wants you to come back to that energy level. You must have noticed how children, after the school is over, they take a vacation, right? But that vacation should not make you more tiresome. So it is better for you to take a vacation that makes you more energetic. So you decide what is it that will bring back the energy, whether it is visiting relatives, friends, a pilgrimage, or simply sitting quietly or watching a movie or anything, but some activity other than the routine that will push you out of complacency. So identify that for yourself, and you should see that when you start doing some of these things like yogasana, meditation, pranayama, automatically your energy keeps going up. So it's definitely you may fall back into a routine after some time, but once you find that that routine is also bringing your energy down, then that will push you into saying, oh my God, I'm getting into a routine. Let me get out of this. So then some of these ideas will push you out of it, either going on a pilgrimage or listening to music, going to a movie, something that will push you out of complacency. Identify what works for you, man. One thing will not work for everyone. Maybe a few things. All right. Thank you so much for Mr. Kadapa. Thank you so much.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
In some cultures, resistance to change is vehemently coming. That is, how can we overcome that hindrances for changes in the cultural aspects?
So main thing is to show what are the benefits of that change. And you have to have some examples of people who have changed and then therefore made a big difference. And when somebody sees that, wow, this person changed this and then became a much better person, much healthier person, much better outcomes, people will be inspired to change. I mean, I'll give you a simple example. There was somebody studying for IIT and he was only studying for 8 hours a day. Now, it looks like, oh, 8 hours is good enough, but it's good enough for a normal engineering college. But to get into IIT, you have to study 12 to 14 hours. So his father brought him to me, and I didn't want to tell him directly that you're studying less. So I said, you're also lucky. You know, you have some major new books and new online and YouTube. We didn't have any of that when I was studying. So I had to study 14 hours a day. I simply subtly just made that note. And his father gladly told me from next week he has started studying 14 hours a day. He also got into IIT. And when he got into IIT, they came and gave me the first box of sweets. So the idea is the moment there is something which is a certain culture or certain habit where you're not changing because of some essence, then showing somebody else who has done something differently, something better, and it has made a big difference, that will push this culture to change. So you'll have to identify such good examples. And that's why, if you look at the website called Better India, this is exactly what they're doing. They're giving examples from all over India where an individual has made a big difference in certain aspect of life, art, culture, community, social service, climate change, water harvesting, many things. And when the people see that, they get inspired and they start doing it themselves. So that's my suggestion to you from NRC Anantapur. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. It's really wonderful session, very interactive. I invite NRC Anantapur to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor.
Sir, this is Dr. G. Ayanna from NRC Anantapur, sir.
Good morning, Professor.
This is privilege to me to propose vote of thanks for this wonderful session of the fifth day of first session, sir. Sir, you came with a dynamic topic, the nature of change, by Dr. Murlidhar Koteshwar, which is famous personality in the TOTs of CCEAP, sir. Sir, in the first class itself, your quote is excellent quote by Albert Einstein, sir. That is, if you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got.
Right.
That needs explains the change is inevitable.
Right.
Sir, even blind person can see the changes occurred in the environment and even in the world, sir.
Right.
And also you proposed that why do we need change?
Yes.
So you know that technology changing rapidly and affecting the society.
Right.
Even the children are becoming more technological able persons than the elder persons.
Right.
And also competition is no longer limited to local. That you know that the every citizen and person and student is going to abroad and pursuing higher studies and technical studies.
Right.
And also industry is rapidly changing and the technology is obsoleted and the new technology coming up, that is inevitable of change. And also another quote, that is the only thing permanent in the world is change.
Right.
That is true, sir.
Yes.
And the Barack Obama's quote is change will not come if we wait for some other person,
Right.
or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones who have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. That is the excellent quote by the Barack Obama. And also he explains the change nurtures the courage and change means taking calculated risk and change guarantees continued and jumping out of the shackles of compliance. And you have given the excellent group activity, sir. In this group activity, the all NRCs participated and they have come up with the excellent topics and they have given the benefits of change and obstacles that may overcome and overcoming obstacles that they may face and tasks of detail. They have presented excellent topics on the change.
Very
and I thank from the all NRCs and from the all the participants and the CCEAP for this excellent session given by you, sir. Once again, I thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, everyone. Have
Thank
a
you,
good
sir.
weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank
Namaste.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's have break for 10 minutes only. Program coordinators are requested to make arrangements accordingly. All should attend by again 11:50. Please make sure to follow the timings. Thank you. I request all NRCs to switch on videos immediately, as our resource person already joined. Kadapa, Nellore, Guntur, Kakinada, Vijayawada. Please switch on your videos. Anantapur, are you ready? NRC Anantapur?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Madam.
After so many announcements also, you are not taking necessary arrangements. Even at Rajahmundry, Kakinada, we have seen very less participants. Even at Pilar also very less participants.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Am I audible? Okay, right.
Yes. Welcome back to the session for day 5 on English for content subject instruction. We welcome today's eminent resource person, Dr. K. Vijay Babu Garu, OSD on NAC, and also Dr. K. Padmaja ma'am, professor in English, Women Guntur. We welcome you, ma'am. We welcome you, sir, once again.
Thank
Now
you.
I request NRC Anantapur to introduce today's eminent resource person to the participants.
Good morning to all of you. This is Annapurna from NRC Anantapuram. I am very much happy to introduce Dr. Vijay Babu Koganti sir, Professor of English, at present working as Principal, Kamavarapu Kota, and OSD 2 in CCE, Vijayawada. Sir is well-known English language teacher trainer. He has penned nearly 7 academic books, 2 creative works, and 18 critical articles. He gave nearly 40 Mana TV live presentations on curriculum, grammar, and soft skills. He gave 28 keynote speeches in different seminars, conferences, plenary talks. Sir has received different awards like Navya, Nata Poetry Prize 2014, and so many. At present, Sir is guiding different colleges across the state as consultant resource person to attain better grade in NAC. Sir, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a collaborative session, and Shailaja, please introduce Dr. Padmaja also.
Good morning. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we should not forget this because whenever we do it is a
No, sir, I
collaborative
already
session.
told them.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I request NRC Anantapur to introduce Dr. K. Padmaja ma'am.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, one and all. I am Dr. Sailaja from NRC Ananthapuram. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. K. Padmaja, Professor of English, Government College for Women, Guntur. Language teacher trainer. She acquired her post-graduation in English language from SV University, Tirupati, and also acquired MPhil in phonetics and linguistics in 1993 FLU. She obtained her PhD in 2010 from SP Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati. She has various academic achievements to her credit, and a few are lesson planning and materials development. She has vast teaching experience of more than 25 years, and she also acted as research supervisor in Vikram Simhapuri University jurisdiction. She is the author of 2 books, a course in communication skills and soft skills, and course book in communicative English, creative writing. She also published various articles in English and co-authored in Saranga Online Literary Magazine from July 2020. Apart from various academic achievements, she also served in various administrative roles as IQAC coordinator, coordinator academic council, and also state level resource person as per the directive of CCC for various activities. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shailaja. Thank you, Dr. Annapurna and other Shailaja also. Yeah. Dr. Padmaja.
Yes, sir. I have shared already the PPT, so you can
Yeah.
begin. Good morning, everybody. We are going to share our experiences in content-based teaching with a focus on your subjects. And so I would request Dr. Vijay Babu to begin the sessions, and I would join him.
Yeah, good morning once again. Our session is on English for content-based teaching. You see on the slide different subjects, not just English. We have computers, maths, science, chemistry, etc. As this is a session exclusively for teachers of other subjects. And the government has come up with the idea of introducing English as the medium of instruction. That's why this session is on English for content-based teaching. In this session, we are going to share some of the ideas which can be implemented in the classrooms and some strategies and some other techniques and activities which you can share in your classrooms using English medium. Thank you. Right, Padmaja will begin the session now.
So, as teachers of your subjects, you're all experts in your subject, and you would also have expectations of what you would receive in this 1.5 hour session. You would have come up to these sessions with an expectation, right? Some expectations, right? We would get to know this, we would get to learn this. So can I request some of the participants to share what they expect from us in this session?
Padmaja, you are not visible on the screen.
1 second, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we can share the question on the screen. So yes.
Yeah, 1 second, please.
Yeah, what do you expect to be covered in this session, my dear participants? Can some of you share your expectations? Because we need to start off with the need analysis. Okay, what are you expecting to be covered in this session?
The student-centric class teaching methods like activity-based and participatory learning methods in physics, actually, to make physics more easy to understand for the students. What type of activities we should plan in the classroom, that's what we want to learn from.
Yeah. Any other? Any other, please?
Can anyone help me how to switch on my camera, because somehow I could not do it now on WebEx. I muted it. I'm unable to.
I think you can go to the video.
Start video. Switch on start video button, ma'am.
But I just see, ma'am, when I'm okay. Thank you.
Put the cursor down.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am and sir. Already, most of us are all teaching in English the content, but since it's a compulsory English medium instruction, so we all want to know what extra we have to do to make the students proficient or fluent in English language. Because the teaching part we are doing, yes, sir. So that we want to know. What extra?
Okay, whenever you try to share your ideas or intentions or expectations.
The voice is not audible. Is someone trying to speak? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, but I'm not able to listen to anybody. Is anybody answering over there to sir's question?
No, ma'am. No one is responding.
Yeah.
Vijay Babu, sir?
Ma'am, your voice is audible.
Okay. Since sir seems to have some connection issues, let's continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, may have some network issue.
Yeah. Is the PPT visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you. So the question that, like one of the participants has observed this, that we have been teaching in English medium, but we would like to equip ourselves in a more proficient way. Yes, ma'am. That is what the observation that one of the participants has made. Can you please respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Shailaja ma'am, only your voice is audible, but participant's voice is not audible.
Yes, ma'am. That's right. You're right, ma'am.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's one of your expectations. That's good. That's what even we are planning to cover in our forthcoming part of the session. Any other observations, please? Any other expectations?
Anyone want to? Please.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Student-centric methods, ma'am.
Because this session is going to be a student-centric one, as such, participant-centric one. And also we would be sharing with you some activities which are based on your content, right? And how you can equip your students as well as equip yourselves if you feel the need for it, right? So any other expectations? Right? Okay, so we listed some from your side. So maybe some of the teachers might think that they need some help with English language. So we thought that we would be covering that in our sessions. And actually the very process of English medium instruction, how to go about it, this is what we thought that some of the participants might expect from us. And as I interact with my colleagues on the campus across the colleges, I hear many a times that framing the sentences with appropriate vocabulary. Your subject vocabulary is already there with you, but how to frame a meaningful sentence, that's what you would expect sometimes. And also strategies to acquire content-based English language skills. Your focus is not on general English communication, but it is with relation to your subjects, your specific subjects. So for some of the listed points, some of you might feel that the point number 3 is most important for me, and some of you think that point number 4 is most important. Yeah, but anyway, we would look at these things in detail as we progress with our sessions. Right. But before we actually share some of our ideas, what are the problems that you actually face in your classrooms while teaching in English medium? Can you please share? Right. Okay. These are the problems. I'm not referring that only the problems are only from your side. That's why I'm referring to saying that what are the problems that you face in your classrooms when you try to teach in English medium? Can you please share some of the problems that you face? Please respond. Yeah, please respond.
Actually, most of the students not able to catch, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So the problem is with the students. So what do you mean by the point that they don't catch you? They are not able to catch you. What do you mean by that?
Due to the nativity language.
Okay, so the mother tongue. So because of their mother tongue, L1, here Telugu, so they are not able to understand us, right? That's one of the problems that we face.
Majority the students who are coming to our colleges are village background. So they undergone all their primary and secondary education in Telugu medium. So that is one of the drawback, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, may I know your name, please?
Ma'am, Dr. Brinda.
Dr. Brinda, I think I've heard you even in the last session.
Yeah, I'm the master trainer.
Okay, fine, ma'am. I would like, Brinda ma'am, I would like others also to respond, because as you have already experienced this and shared your understanding, let others also respond, please. Not the master trainers, but other regular teachers, content-based teachers. Yes, ma'am. Other teachers, please.
Good morning, ma'am. This is NRC Vijayawada.
Yes, ma'am.
Personally, I would like to understand how to grade my language in class, because even though I teach in English, some of the students are unable to grasp it. Okay. So I would like to know how to grade my language.
I couldn't actually get your question. Up to what grade my language is? What do you mean by that, ma'am?
Because some of the words I use might be complicated for them to understand, so I need to simplify it.
Yes, exactly.
So to what extent should I do it? So
yeah, you know it better, because you know your students, the kind of input that they are giving to you, that they respond to you, right? When they respond to you, you would know it better, right? Now, when I listen to you, actually now I understand that they would find it a little bit complex because your language is a little bit high. Now, we would think about maybe as you suggested, you yourself suggested just now that you need to simplify your language, right? So let's look at some of the strategies for this simplification as well. Yeah, but this is one of the problems that the teachers face, right? Any other problems, please? So L1 is a problem, or teachers' level of language is a problem. Good. And any other problems?
Yes, this is NRC Nellore, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
While
Prasanna
teaching
ma'am.
the, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Chappandi.
While teaching our problems, so language problem is not facing, but the students are facing at the time of teaching the theoretical subjects in our commerce subjects. We can't know how to they grab our language or how they can understand. We can't know. So this is the main big problem in our
Commerce
systematic
subject.
papers.
Yes, ma'am. So you are talking about handling theory while teaching the students how to handle theory, or they find it difficult when you handle theory in English medium.
Yes.
Right, ma'am. Then any other problems? We will come back to your problems, ma'am, and we'll try to address that. Right. Others, please.
Madam.
Yes, sir.
Spelling mistakes are committed by students, madam.
Madam.
Good morning,
Yes,
madam.
sir. Yes, sir. Please wait. Kadapa, please wait. NRC Nellore, somebody said that spelling mistakes. Sir, is this in classroom communication, or is this when they write in their when they write down as part of assignment or as part of notes or examination?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Examination. Yeah. So, what do you think of this problem? What is your opinion? Opinion of the teachers when it comes to spelling? What is your opinion? Is it a very grave problem, or how can we address that?
Because
Yes, sir.
they might not be going through the textbook.
Yes, sir. And also, it could be a grave problem, a serious problem, because the very concepts are based on some of the keywords, and if they are not taken in the right sense, or maybe they use one word for another because of spelling, it might become a problem. Yeah. So spelling is an issue in writing. Yeah, Kadapa, please. Kadapa, somebody was trying to respond.
This question was from Kadapa only, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay. So let me share some of the problems that actually we experience in our classrooms, because I would include myself also as a teacher of English. When I try to teach them, some of the problems are like this. Now, one of you mentioned that students use more of L1 or Telugu. They don't have English. So that's the first problem that we listed. And then another one is maybe they don't have vocabulary. And apart from these two problems, actually, they're very resistant for English medium. They don't feel comfortable with English medium. They're not motivated to use, to listen to or to speak in English. And then, yeah, one of you already mentioned that rural and Telugu medium students. That's another problem you mentioned. Students come from Telugu medium or students are from rural background. And also a problem of framing skills, sentences. Do you think that this is a problem only with the students, or even some of us also may have these problems? Framing the sentences, right? We teachers could have at times, and students have it most of the time. And also, students are not able to follow. Yeah, you also mentioned this problem. They cannot follow English medium class. For example, commerce teachers were mentioning that they are not able to follow theoretical classes if it is in English medium. Let us try to look at some solutions for these problems. Okay, so what can we do to suggest some solutions? For example, maybe we need to pay special attention to increase the proficiency in English classes and as well as subject classes. The attention has to be paid both in English language classes, general English classes that they experience the students, and your subject classes. We need to employ more strategies for this. And then give them exposure to LSRW skills.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Government
Yes, sir.
College for Women, lecturer
Yes,
in
sir.
botany.
Yes, sir.
Major NRC GDC Guntur.
Yes, sir. I
Majority
don't
of
know
the
you,
people,
sir.
majority of the people are coming from rural background. They are basically Telugu medium of instruction. There is no English medium. There is no Telugu medium since from last year. Students are facing books are also not released. Semester wise books are also not released in some subjects. So students facing some problems delivering the English medium of instruction.
I think
So-
teachers face the, Bhaskar Rao sir, first of all, let me clarify.
Okay,
I
ma'am.
think delivering of English medium instruction is done by the teacher.
Hmm.
So the teachers are facing problem. Students are facing a problem in understanding you, right? So this is what you wanted to say. This
Okay,
has
ma'am.
already been shared. I think maybe you have joined a little late, but this problem is already mentioned by your colleagues, and I am trying to discuss some of the solutions that we can come up in our
Okay.
session, sir.
Okay,
Right,
madam.
sir? Thank you, sir.
We are using both Telugu and English medium of instruction
Yes, sir. That's what-
simultaneously.
Yes, sir.
Madam. We are
Yes, sir.
giving English medium and Telugu version also regularly for the students. For
If you observe, Bhaskar Rao sir, if you observe the slide, please observe the last point.
Okay, madam.
I'll
Thank
come
you.
to the last point. I'll come to the last point in a minute.
Okay, madam.
So how can we help ourselves or the students? Give them lot of exposure to speaking, reading, writing, not just to you speaking, not just to your speaking in English. It is lots of resources. How we can do, most of you teachers have idea, but we will also share some ideas. And then we need to motivate them. This is a problem. This is a problem that all of us face. Students are not motivated, and it is our responsibility to motivate them for English medium.
Okay.
How to do? Each one of us have our own strategies. You would be sharing them during the course of interaction, and I would also be sharing with you. And as teachers, we have to make a conscious conscious attempt to acquire vocabulary. Most of you may not need it, but if you need it, you'll have to try. And you also have to teach your students to acquire the vocabulary. And then how can you motivate the students? Maybe through activities. And then exposure. I was referring to exposure. Exposure has to be outside the classroom as well. Not just the teacher, but beyond the classroom, you will have to expose them to your content in English. That is through reading, or maybe through listening, or through watching videos, etc. And then you were mentioning, sir, actually, and some of the teachers were mentioning, one teacher was mentioning in the earliest that the students are not able to reach up to my level of language. If the teacher is focusing more on accuracy, that is perfectly framed sentences, very good vocabulary, then excellent English, maybe that would be a little difficult to the students as well. So let us get down to the level of the student, and also do not worry about errors in English, because you're not teaching them English, you are teaching them your subject. So even if there are errors in their sentence framing, in the teacher's sentence framing and as well as student sentence framing, I'm referring to both, it's okay. As long as you can convey your meaning, the meaning of your topic, it's okay even if there are errors made by the students, and even if there are errors made by the teacher. And the last point, Bhaskar Rao sir was referring that we use continuously both English and Telugu. You explain a topic for some time in English, and then students are not reaching you. So maybe you're not reaching the students, so you shift to Telugu. So that's why judicious use of L1 is always permitted. Even in ELT classes, English language teaching classes also, when we see the students are completely lost, we have to switch over to Telugu at times. So Meeru, if you use Telugu, it is fine, it's okay. But do not completely use Telugu. Use Telugu when you feel that students are not able to reach you. And so now, against this background, our sessions would include, I think Dr. Vijayababu has joined. Sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Sir has joined.
Yeah. So, sir, if you are there, can you just take on this session from here onwards?
Sir is on phone, ma'am.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
few
So
minutes.
then I'll continue. Then I'll
Yes,
continue. Yes. So the objectives of our session are going to be, you would be analyzing the problems, which we've already done, and you would be working towards some solutions. And So we will be sharing some strategies how you can apply learner-centered methods in equipping yourselves and your students especially. And also you would be applying some relevant strategies that would be useful for your classrooms in implementing English medium instruction. So what are the prerequisites for content-based teaching? Your classrooms are going to be content-based teaching in English medium. So what is it that we need? There are three major areas that we need. One is your content knowledge, your subject knowledge, right? And the other one is pedagogical knowledge and ability. And the third one is discourse skills. I'll be looking at them briefly. What is, yeah, yes, sir. Can you please take on from here?
Okay, just a minute. I have been struggling to get into WebEx because of technical issues.
Yeah, so.
Okay, I've just logged in.
Yeah.
And can you please
continue? Should I continue?
Hello?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have not followed you till now because I have been struggling to join in.
That's fine, sir. We just entered the objectives of our session. And also, we are looking at the three prerequisites. If a teacher has to teach in English medium using content.
I will take on.
Yeah.
I will take on.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and sorry for not being with you all the time. Hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Sir. Audible, sir. Clear.
Okay, fine. Okay, the objectives of our session are, can you go back to the slide, previous slide, madam? Padmaja?
Yeah.
Yeah, the objective slide. Yeah. If you observe the objectives of our session, we want to analyze the problems in English medium instruction and work towards solutions. I think the first part was already completed by Dr. Padmaja. And then here we are going to identify and apply certain learner-centered teaching methods that can be used in all classrooms, but with specifically in classrooms where you are going to use English medium in your own subjects. And the third one is apply the necessary and relevant strategies for implementing English medium instructions. You are all experienced teachers and you know how to tackle with the students also. But as you have identified certain problems with reference to the background of the students, with reference to the ambience or atmosphere of the class, with reference to the different strategies we need to acquire as student-centered teachers, we need certain inputs to initiate the English medium instruction. That's why, what are the prerequisites for content-based teaching? We should be knowing about our content well, and then we should have the pedagogical knowledge and the ability to deliver the curriculum in English medium, and then we should need discourse skills. And these things we are going to look in detail. The first one is content knowledge. Okay, this is the primary requisite for us all. If you want to teach physics, you must know everything about physics because you must be very sure about the content you are presenting in your classrooms. If you are not sure about the content, you cannot present confidently. That's why the teacher's understanding and knowledge of subject content is very important. And we are all aware of this. We should understand and knowledge of the content. And then you please observe the second prerequisite, that is pedagogical knowledge and ability. What do you mean by pedagogical knowledge and ability? The teacher's knowledge of the pedagogical tools or methods with reference to your own subjects. And you must have a repertoire of techniques and activities you can employ in teaching. All these days, as this is content-based teaching, we have been using the lecture method because we are not trained properly. Though we are trained, we are not aware of the different techniques and activities we can implement in our classrooms. Just like in other language classrooms, even here in the subject related classrooms also, you can use certain activities, you can implement certain strategies to develop the skills of the students. With reference to skills, it is not just the skills and knowledge of the subject you are teaching, it is also the communicative ability of the students. You know well, when most of our students, though get through with the distinctions, when they try to attend the interviews, they fail to communicate. That's why communication skill is also one of the most important skills with reference to subject teaching also. That's why the knowledge, and you should also have the knowledge of learners and how they learn and what are the different factors that influence the learning, the curriculum, the teaching context, and teaching methods. This is a very important objective, and this is one of the important prerequisites because you should know, you should understand the knowledge of the learners, you should know their learning process, and what are the factors that have been influencing their learning, the curriculum, and also your teaching context and teaching methods. If you are aware of these pedagogical inputs, this pedagogical knowledge and ability, you will be able to succeed in your class. And the third requisite is discourse skills. What do you mean by discourse skills? Discourse is basically communication, your ability to communicate continuously in an uninterrupted way. This is the discourse skill. So the discourse competence required for effective classroom delivery of subject content is the ability to maintain communication in English that is fluent, accurate, and comprehensible. You see, some of our wonderful teachers, though there are good teachers in your own subjects, in content-based subjects, some of the teachers are not good at communication. Though they know the subject well, they fail to present the content in the appropriate language. That's why the teachers should have the ability to communicate in English in a fluent, accurate, and comprehensible way. Okay, let us not worry much about accuracy. You see, most of the teachers, content-related teachers, they don't bother about accuracy. Okay, we need not bother, but there should be fluency and at least 60% of accuracy. And whenever you present, your language or your content must be comprehensible. It should be understood properly by the students. And the second one is a range of questioning techniques for monitoring learning and understanding. Why do we need questioning techniques? You see, at different stages, at the pre-stage or the while stage or the post-stage, we need to question them. We need to test them. We need to assess them, whether they are following the class, whether they are able to understand the content, whether they are following us, whether they are there on the floor with us in the class. We should be able to know that. That's why different ranges of questions are there. Maybe easy questions, slightly complex questions, and more complex questions, depending on the stage of teaching. You should be able to pose these questions. That's why we should equip ourselves with a range of questioning techniques. First one is ability to maintain communication in an uninterrupted way. Second one, a range of questioning techniques that is very important. And third one is rhetorical signaling devices and simplification strategies to communicate the specialist areas of knowledge and make them comprehensible to learners. This is explained by Paul Elder in developing critical thinking skills. This is one of the aspects of critical thinking skills. What do we mean by rhetorical signaling devices? The rhetorical signaling devices are, you see, when you teach something, we repeatedly ask the students, do you understand? Are you able to understand? Are you able to follow me? Like that. When you repeat a word or a phrase to make sure whether the learner is following you, that is one of the rhetorical signaling devices. You see, even when at home, even on the road, on the street, everywhere, we try to make sure whether the learner, listener is following us. That's why we repeat the word, we repeat the phrase. Is it okay? Are you able to follow me? Like that. And we try to compare between two things to bring a clarity. That is also one of the rhetorical signaling devices. And then we try to emphasize repeatedly by saying 2-3 things. And we teachers have a habit of repeating after the students. When we ask the students to answer a question, when the student answers it, we try to repeat it because we try to emphasize that. So these techniques, repetition of a phrase or a word, trying to compare to bring a clarity, and trying to emphasize things, these are all rhetorical signaling devices. These help us to evaluate the understanding ability of the learners. And then the second one is the simplification strategies. We need to simplify. We should not make it more complex. If you see some of the notes or reference books where the complex issues are meant to be understood by the learner, the analyst or the writer makes it more complex. Instead of simplifying things, the analyst or the presenter will make it more complex. But the teacher, in the content-based instruction, he should try to simplify the text, simplify the instructions, and try to communicate in a better way, in a simpler way, to develop the knowledge and make it more comprehensible to the learners. These are some of the discourse skills. And let us see, what are the ranges of various questioning techniques? We have so many things like this, like the sentence starters. There are different kinds of questions like the open-ended questions, close-ended questions, probing questions, reflective questions, conceptual questions, depending on the context of teaching, depending on the moment of teaching. We should be able to pose the relevant question in the class. And these questioning devices we're going to look at. Dr. Padmaja will explain these different questioning techniques.
Thank you, sir. I know that you are all familiar with these questions, actually. You would be using these questions in your classrooms. Now, why are we emphasizing on questioning techniques? In the classroom interaction, the way that you question is also one of the very important strategies for building on language abilities of the learners. Because the way that you question depends on their answer. For example, if you say, if I ask you a question now, do you all understand what we speak? What would be your answer? Do you all understand what we are saying right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, that's it. So you either say yes or no. But if I ask a question, now the same thing that what I'm trying to ask you now, can it be an open-ended question? Can I change it into an open-ended question instead of asking, do you all understand what I'm trying to say now? Can I change it into an open-ended question? How can we change it? An open-ended question. Okay, first let us discuss what is an open-ended question. What do we mean by an open-ended question? Anyone from the participants? What is your
Ma'am,
yes,
the answer will be like in detail. The answer will be in detail, and there will not be a single answer.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. You get number of answers. So now the answer that you gave me when I asked you the question, do you all understand what I say? Automatically yes or automatically no? Only one word answer. You're not getting a lot of language there. So if you want your students to use language, then use open-ended questions. Even with your content subject, you can actually. You're asking questions like why, when, where would be open-ended than yes no questions. And then another open-ended questions, even they can be even with what also, but frame a question in such a way that there is a scope for lots of answer. But there is a word, the sentence framed with many words, not just one word or two words as their answer. So that's open-ended question. Okay, what do you mean by probing questions? What do they have to do, the students? What do you expect them to do in probing questions? When you ask a probing question, what is expected from the side of a student? Yes, Vijayawada is trying to respond. Sir, are you trying to say something? Okay. A probing question is not just a simple factual answer, but the students have to think about the reasons why. Yeah, Kadapa, somebody is trying to respond.
Students would think correlates with conceptual knowledge.
Can you please be a little bit louder, ma'am? You're not audible. I couldn't get you.
Students will try to reconnect their knowledge with concept.
They'll try to reconnect, yeah. And also, any other outcome that you would expect from the student? Probing makes the students, as ma'am has said, connect, think about the reasons and the consequences. If the students are able to think, then they'll have to give. When you question like that, their answer would be lengthy. They would be using lots of language, and most of the language would be connected to your content. And while using the language that is connected to their subject, maybe they make a little bit of mistake, but even then they're using language. So you're giving an opportunity to students to use more language if you use probing question. What is a reflective question? Yeah, Nellore. Somebody is trying from Nellore.
Sorry, madam, we are just checking our audio. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So reflective questions are, you would expect your students to think on, reflect back on what they have learned or what they have understood. It is not just giving the answer, but they would be looking at the aspects of how, why, and what process is involved. So they would think about all these things, and so automatically their response would be using lots of language. And then conceptual questions, the explanation is given there itself on the slide. You would be using questions that would make the students answer. They would answer based on their knowledge of concept. If the student is comfortable with the concept, if the student has a complete comprehension of the concept, the student would respond. Now, how would be the use of the language by the student if you use such kind of a question? I guess you are already using these questions. But what happens is, maybe students are framing sentence in Telugu and are giving the answer for your question about the concept. So if you motivate them to frame the sentence in English, even if the sentence is not good also, it's okay, but they would be able to use lots of language. And the last one is metacognitive questions. Any ideas what we mean by metacognitive? Actually, a bit of explanation is given there itself on the slide. If one thinks about the process of thinking, the very process, you raise awareness about the process of thinking about your subject also, then that is metacognitive. Why are we listing all these questions? All these kinds of questions would give lot of scope for you to make your students to use language that is content-based language. They would be able to use content-based language. So this standard question in the classroom, do you understand? That doesn't generate any language. So avoid that question and then switch over to these kinds of questions. And let us just look at some of the examples that we could list of the questions. Now, when you look at the questions on the left side of the slide, the question words, right? Which of these question words would generate more language from the side of the student? When you look at all those question words, who, what, when, etc., right? Which of these words would generate more language? Which question words?
Why and how?
Why and how, exactly. And ma'am, may I know the reason why these two kinds of questions generate more language?
They may be connected to the exact cause.
Yeah.
So that the students will think more and
Yeah. So when you ask a question like why, what would be the answer? What would be the base of their answers? When I say why, you're giving a reason. You're giving a reason for why that is like that. So when you give reason, there is a scope for use of lot of language. And how also makes the students think about the reasons and the causes. And so they are generally, what kind of questions in Bloom's pyramid? You're all familiar with, because of CCE, we have been in touch with Bloom's outcomes. So in the pyramid, where do they fall? This why and how? At what level of learning outcomes? Any ideas?
Analysis and synthesis.
Yeah, exactly. At the higher order, they fall at the higher order. So the students, the moment you move on to the higher order, in order to support your answer, in order to support your argument, you'll have to use a lot of language. So automatically students would get to use lots of language. And so I would like one of you to differentiate these two kinds of questions. Can you tell me more about that? Can you show me where you found that information? And or why did you choose that answer? Right? So can you distinguish these three kinds of questions? At least the first set of questions. Can you tell me more about that? Can you show me where you found that information? Can you distinguish between these two kinds of questions? Your question would automatically make the student to come up with a right kind of answer and with appropriate use of language. So how can you distinguish? Is there a distinction actually between, can you tell me more about that? Can you show me where you found that information? The first one is, if the student knows,
Excuse me. Can you tell me more about that? Will falls under effective question maybe, but means whether they have understood the concept or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then where do you find, you said, no? Where do you where do you find that? Means it will fall under the maybe metacognitive question.
Yeah, the
Means
student
the application part. The application part maybe
Yeah, the student has to become autonomous, right? When he responds, because we are making the student to be responsible for that particular answer, right? That means the student is towards autonomy, towards independence. And if you observe some of the questions given here, for example, would you use word parts or context clues to figure out the meaning of this word? Where does that fall? Is it just a factual question? Can the student give ready-made answer for that from memory? Or what should the student do if the student has to answer for such kind of a question in your subject? Would you use the context clues to figure out the meaning? What is the student doing there if the student is using the clues to arrive at the meaning? What skill is applied? You're not asking them to give ready-made answer, but you're asking the student to use the clues and then figure out the answer.
Activity.
application part. We are testing the application of the knowledge.
Yes, the student has to apply, analyze. So the way that you question also would make the student employ lots of this application analysis, synthesis and create, and so automatically their use of language would be more when they do these things. And the second part of the slide, to my right side, there are more questions like this, and some of them are identification part is more about recall and understand, whereas process, future action is more about application. So you would find, what does this mean? Or why does it make you feel this way? Or what are the consequences of this particular conclusion that you've come up? So they would make the student to apply and then analyze. So the kind of question that you would choose, right, would make the student to go for the answer that the student would be able to give. That means teachers' questioning strategies should be more equipped. You should be more equipped with your questioning strategies. Then automatically student would be able to give appropriate answers using enough language. One second, please. Yeah. So now rhetorical signaling devices. These are the second part of your discourse skills. We have been trying to share with you how you can equip yourselves first with various language abilities so that you can guide your students to equip them. Now, while framing sentences related to your subject content using cohesive devices, transition words, or signpost words, you're all familiar with these things, they would help you. For example, if you're using like this, right, interconnecting your sentences, mostly those teachers who are really very comfortable with their language are already using them, right? So if you use, automatically you would be able to motivate your students, because actually these devices, rhetorical devices, would help the student the direction of our teaching, right? On the one hand, on the other hand, firstly, secondly, so they would be leading the student toward the meaning. So that would make comprehension easy for the student. So they'll help you to frame sentences in a better way, and they'll help the students to understand you in a better way. So both would be the beneficiaries if these are used in your classes. I'm just sharing some of them because I know that many of you are using them. If you're not using them, then you'll have to make a conscious effort to use these things in your teaching, while you are teaching. Okay, why do we call them as transition? Right, your idea? Yeah, sir is trying to add something, I guess. Sir, can you please? Dr. Vijay Babu.
Yeah. You see, in the classroom, we try to observe the learning behavior of the students. That's why we try to notice the process of their learning. We observe the process of their learning, and also we indicate the future action. That's why we try to repeat certain questions, repeat certain words. When you notice something, when you make them to notice something, the questioning patterns are different. When you try to teach them the process involved in learning, there are different questioning patterns. And when you try to indicate them a future action for the said content, when you try to give them a future project, the questioning patterns are different. That's why when you use these questions, depending on the context of learning stages, they become the rhetorical signaling devices. And for these, the transition words are important, the signpost words are important, and we also need to observe certain expressions to add something, to express the sequencing part, to illustrate something, to compare, to qualify, and to content. This kind of vocabulary, this treasure is very important for us, because all these signal words, signpost words, transition words, and these rhetorical signaling devices, these expressions, they'll make the process of teaching and learning more meaningful. Please observe this. For example, when you try to add something, what do you use? When you try to add something, you use certain words are listed on the board. Kindly see this slide. You can also use them in your own examples and tell us, okay, I am giving you certain expressions, and try to use them in your own sentences with reference to your own class. For example, when you add something, and, as well as, moreover, furthermore, in addition to, on top of that, another point is certain expressions like these will help the students to add something more. Can some of you use one or two expressions with reference to your subject or content, and give us the examples of sentences? One or two examples, please. When you try to add something, you use these expressions and give examples from your own subject using these words. Do not make general statements. Try to use these words with reference to your subject. Anybody? These words add some subject in your own content. Anybody using these words? Okay. And similarly, we can have certain words for sequencing things. Already we were discussing them. Firstly, first of all, secondly, next, meanwhile, now, subsequently. Such words can be used for sequencing. If you keep them on a board or on a chart in the class, your students will be able to use them when they try to explain your questions. Similarly, words for illustration and then comparison, qualifying, and contrasting. Okay, you try to Google and learn more about it. So, with reference to this.
Sir, your voice has failed once again. Sir?
Clearly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you are audible. You were not audible for a few seconds. Can you please repeat what you have said?
Okay. I'm using my mobile for the class.
Okay,
There's
fine.
an incoming call, that's why
Yeah,
I'm sorry for
fine.
that.
Fine.
Okay. Okay, with reference to the vocabulary, with reference to the context you are using, you need to implement certain important stages with reference to CLIL. What is CLIL? It's not a new term, but as we are trying to talk about implementing English medium in the classroom, we should learn about this. That CLIL is content and language integrated learning. The students learn only the content, but they miss the language part. Just like teachers, we use the content in the class, we explain the content in the class, and we miss the language part. As the target language is English medium now, we should focus not just on the content, we should also integrate English language in teaching and learning. That's why this skill is very important in the present day context. There has been a lot of research and lot many activities were designed by teachers of other subjects across the globe, and lot of references and books are available. If you want to implement certain strategies and activities in your own classrooms, you can Google and you can get these worksheets or activity books. So after referring to all these books, we brought out to you certain strategies which can be implemented to teach content in English medium. The first one is PWP lesson planning. You must be having some ideas about PWP also. We're going to learn about that. And then certain classroom strategies for scaffolding language and content comprehension. Can you go back to the previous slide, madam? Classroom strategies for scaffolding language and content comprehension. Strategies for promoting language output and fluency. Strategies for developing content-based language functions. Strategies for promoting interaction among the learners in the class. Strategies for content-based speaking and writing activities. Strategies for authentic language practice in content-based learning. And tips for developing language structures. So if you can implement these strategies to scaffold language, to improve comprehension, to promote language output and fluency, and to promote interaction, your class will be very successful in English medium. We're going to learn more about them now. So what is the PWP lesson planning? Any ideas from anybody? please? If you have some ideas about PWP, please share with us. What is PWP lesson plan? Already the clue is given there on the slide. Anybody, please?
Sir,
Yeah.
pre-teaching, while teaching, and post-teaching, which means that before starting a lesson or a topic, knowing the knowledge about that topic is it comes under pre-teaching, sir. And while teaching means while teaching the topic or teaching the subject, asking questions, small questions, simple questions, so that they are following the content or not. That is while teaching. And post-teaching means after teaching, giving them some assignments, tests, all those things, I think.
Okay, very good, very good. You're almost there. Okay, what do you mean by PWP lesson planning? You talked about pre-teaching, while teaching, and post-teaching. When you try to plan a lesson in the PWP format, what do you do?
What are the activities conduct
Yeah.
before, during, and after? This comes under lesson plan.
Okay, what is pre-lesson plan, pre-teaching lesson? When you write it in the plan, what do you write under this head?
Brainstorm, questions like.
Okay.
Training
You
session,
initiate. Yes.
activities by showing some pictures and identifying the concept names.
Good, good. So you initiate the process of learning by showing visuals, by showing a video, or by talking about a news article. You start the class and you introduce the session. That's good. And what happens in the plan for while teaching? What do you write under while teaching head? In the while part of the lesson plan, what do you write?
Actually, in this smart way to start, if we are teaching some theory, we'll show that demonstration while teaching.
Okay.
So that
Okay.
they understand the concept of the topic.
Yeah, in the pre-teaching part, you introduce the topic. You introduce vocabulary related to the topic because you are focusing on the English medium. You give the basic vocabulary, basic language expressions and structures, and basic words you use in that class to teach that particular topic. And in the while part, you give the input that is very essential for that topic. You demonstrate it, and you try to use the words and reinforce them through repetition. And in the post part, you reinforce the content, the skill, and also the language structures or expression. So when you plan for the PWP lesson, you focus on the content, and at the same time, you use the PWP structure to use or to teach different expressions that are required for the pre-teaching, while teaching, and post-teaching. And at the end, your target will be to make the learners use the key vocabulary related to the topic and key expressions which will help them to explain the topic. If you can deal with that, your lesson will be very useful. So the first step is to start writing the PWP lesson plan, both for content and language skills. And we have other classroom strategies which help us to help the language for classroom management. When you manage the classes in a routine way, we use certain expressions. What are some expressions? What expressions do you use? Can you share some of these expressions? In regular routine class structures, we use certain expressions. I'll give you one example. You can also think and share more. Please go to your seat. Work in pace. I gave you 2 examples. Can you share some more examples like that you use in the class?
Yes, please listen carefully.
Good.
Yeah, note it down.
Brunda ma'am, can I request other participants as well, please?
Yeah, this is not Brinda, madam. This is from Vijayawada Navina.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'm
Very
sorry,
nice.
I mistook your voice for Brunda ma'am.
Okay, please,
Right.
Navina, go ahead.
Please, ma'am, continue.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I am motivating all the participants to interact with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please,
Hello, good
please.
morning. Good morning,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah.
I'm Nancy from Vijayawada. Before I'm going to start the lesson like that, I wish the students and respond your roll calls. I'll take the roll calls. I'll use that one. Then expressions. Are you following me? Are you
Exactly.
there?
Yes.
Like that. Asking questions.
Any other
Ask,
to check their comprehension?
Hello, sir.
Any other
From
examples here?
Guntur, sir.
Yeah,
Charts, models. We use charts, models, so many.
No, I'm not.
others.
I'm talking about language. What are the language expressions you use to run the classrooms every day? To manage the class, to check the understanding, to assess the students, to give feedback to the students, we use different language expressions. You please give those examples. Anybody?
Expressions, body language.
No, I'm not asking about theory. Right? Please give us some examples of the expressions you use in the class. Already 2-3 examples were shared.
I am showing you some examples here about managing the class. This is not about teaching, but this is about how you manage your class for teaching. So that's what sir is trying to ask you.
NRC Kadapa, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll usually say to students that be present in classroom, both physically and mentally.
Yeah, okay, that's one sentence that we all of us use. Yeah, exactly. And any other sentences that you use to run your class? That's what sir is trying to say. To run your class, that is for 60 minutes, you need to be speaking to them. So what we think generally is that so long as I teach my subject, I'll use English, and then when I'm trying to speak to the students, then I switch over to Telugu. So this is not what we should do. So even to run your class, from the starting point to the ending point, you are asking them to do certain things for you, apart from your teaching. So what do you use? So here are some clues for you. For example, if you want to check their understanding, then you would give some instruction, or as sir has said that work with a partner, or you are giving them some homework and you want them to do it by a particular time. So what would you say? It's mentioned on the slide.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yeah.
This is Krishnaveni from NRC Anantapur.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, pre-teaching, recollecting the previous knowledge of the lower classes. While teaching is blackboard, teaching along with PPTs wherever necessary. Post-teaching is preparing notes and sharing the same in WhatsApp groups.
Ma'am, let me please bring you back to the session, because you seem to have missed some part of the session, either because of technical thing or maybe you're not there in the session. But we have already completed the pre, while, post, and we moved on to classroom management language, the language that we would use while managing the classroom. So please join us and be a part of the class, these sessions along with us. If you miss a part of it, ask your classmates, co-participants, what you have missed, and so don't pull us back to the session. Right now, coming back to the language that we are using here, we are trying to share with you some language examples, and then NRC Vijayawada is trying to respond. Yes, ma'am, please.
We can use a role play, ma'am.
Ma'am, that is a strategy. But what we are trying to ask you is, what language would you use to instruct your students about something? Maybe you want your student to go to the department and then get you some book. So what kind of language would you use? Give a sample of the language. Here we have shown you on the board some samples of language. You want your student not to, roam around the classroom. So you would say, go back to your seat. Like
Yeah,
that,
Dr.
give samples
Padmaja,
of language.
Dr.
Yes,
Padmaja,
sir.
please show the next slide so that they can follow.
Yeah. Yeah. So these are some of the examples that you would generally use. Okay. Can you someone read the first instruction and say where is that used in your classes? Where would you use that? In which situation? Please read the yeah. Yeah.
While taking attendance.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. While taking attendance. Right. And the second one. Second instruction. When do you use that one?
So, at the beginning of class.
Yeah, yeah. You're trying to check whether they've submitted the assignment. And the third one?
While teaching.
While teaching, when you want them to open your maybe a book or something at a yeah, and observe the kind of language that you can use. You can say turn to or open page on. There are various expressions. So like that, there are a number of expressions that you can use. And why are we emphasizing on these expressions? It's equally important that you use English for managing your classroom also, not just during teaching. Actually, in ELT methodology, right, they say that more emphasis is more emphasis is laid on classroom management language. Only then students would be able to feel comfortable with the use of English medium. So these are some expressions that we listed, and there are endless of them. You can check Google, you can even ask ChatGPT, it would give you endless expressions, right? Vijayawada is trying to speak. Ma'am, somebody is trying to speak in Vijayawada. Maybe your microphone is unmuted. We will move on to the next part. Right. So these are some of the strategies that can be used for content instruction and scaffolding language. We would first focus on scaffolding language. What's a scaffold? Any idea? Can anyone explain what is a scaffold? Right. Yeah, somebody's trying to speak. Scaffolding. Okay, when a building is constructed, they're trying to lay the roof, form the roof. And so how do they do it? What do they have to support it? Yeah. Yeah, Kakinada, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, please.
According to me, scaffolding is giving extra support to the student.
Exactly. Yes, yes, ma'am. Exactly. Scaffolding is you're giving a support. Now you have to. Now all your focus would be generally on your subject, but you need to give support to your students even in equipping their vocabulary. Now for that, first we have to equip our own selves and then go to the students. Now these are various strategies that we listed. You can use concept maps, word walls, Venn diagrams, flow charts, etc. Now I would share one strategy with you. Okay, you see on the screen here two visuals. What are they about? The first one and the second one, what are they about? These are related to your content subjects. What is the first visual about? Photosynthesis, right, exactly. Second one. Second one, please.
Causes of inflation.
Yeah, causes of inflation and various types of inflation.
Madam.
Yeah, which one is chemistry, sir?
Chemistry, madam.
The first picture.
Formulas are appearing.
Sir, as far as I know, I am showing you a visual of photosynthesis, the first one, and the second one is a visual on, the types of inflation. Right. So if you want to use this, yeah, economics and yeah, yes, exactly. Now, if you want to these visuals in your classrooms, how can you use them to support their vocabulary? And what should you do first before you support your students? Any ideas what you can do?
Yes, madam, I try to elaborate this with relevant synonyms and relevant aspects and antonyms based on the context. I will ask sub questions The context-based response, madam.
Sir, I want you to give ideas to equip their vocabulary. How are you going to scaffold or support their vocabulary?
Yes, madam. Rate in the real life situations, I ask questions based on market different types of.
But if your students do not have the vocabulary, you need to support them because maybe they are not so comfortable. So you have to help them with vocabulary. So what you can do is one of the ideas that we thought would be, if you give them a word list like that. Now, this is something that we tried for photosynthesis. The describing words, the process words, and action words. Why this kind of list? Why did we share a list like this? Why such kind of a distinct and differentiated list under 3 headings?
Yes, madam. If my subject related things in vocabulary, I am able to give more and more examples.
Exactly, sir.
Like this is a science.
Yeah.
Is a science. I may not give adequate vocabulary from content, especially.
Yes, sir. But this is related to content, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes. As a history.
Okay, sir. With reference to your own subject.
My subject is history.
Okay. Can you give some examples or word lists for history?
For example, consequences, invasions, plunders, this type of. I give so many related examples and the treaties like that. In the ancient history, some vocabularies related to that. I repeat it. Even I write in the on the board.
Yeah.
I try to explain
what can we do, sir? What can we do in the class to teach this vocabulary related to the content? What can we do in the class to promote language? What can we do to promote language using this technique in the class?
Yes, sir. Content as well as subject language also I try to improve. Usually what I am doing is when I repeat the same topic in the English, then in the local my vernacular language also I explain, and even the difficult words I used to write on the board.
Yeah, dear sir, please observe.
Can I add?
We are talking about some strategies. Okay, scaffolding strategy to support the language of the learners. We can use such pictures and concept maps or visuals. Along with this, we can provide the word list. That's what we want to tell you. Please use this strategy in the class to support the language of the students. Okay?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Actually, I would like to draw your attention, the attention of the participants, that the vocabulary is given in 3 different categories. Why is it given like that? What help would be there for the student if such kind of a list is provided to the students? Any teachers? Can you frame a sentence? Yeah, yes, ma'am. Somebody is trying.
Yeah, it will help the students to frame the sentence, madam.
Can you give an example, ma'am, for other teachers also? Can you give an example by picking up words from these 3 different categories? Can you give an example? Can you frame a sentence, please? Are there any botany teachers here? Botany, zoology, or life science teachers, because fundamentals. I'm just sharing one fundamental topic here from life sciences. Right. For example, you can begin. You can make the student to start a sentence like, for example, chlorophyll based. Right. So, for example, the leaves absorb. Right. The leaves absorb something and then show something. So like that, you can show examples to your teachers, to your students, that they can frame sentences by choosing words from these 3 different categories. Right. For example, an action word helps you in framing the sentence, and a describing word helps you in giving the quality. So that way it would be useful for the teachers first. Okay, so the teacher has to equip first, and then the teacher can give an example in the classroom. So this is one way in which you can do. And the next one is, these kind of word walls are available on the internet. We have taken this for physics. right? So how can you use this in your classrooms? If this, you are going to use this in your classrooms to equip vocabulary related to physics for your students. Any physics teachers there? How can you use this? Right, this kind of a...
How does this word wall chart help the students? How does it help the students, please? Okay, we have lot many to
we move
present.
on.
Let's move on.
So this kind of a word wall, these kinds of charts are available for every subject, and they are helpful because they have an explanation. They also have a visual for the student to understand, so that the meaning is reinforced and retention of the vocabulary will be more. Right.
Yeah. Along with the word maps, visuals, and word walls, if you use Venn diagrams like these, you can teach how you can compare and contrast between two things. These Venn diagrams will help the students to build or develop the compare and contrast examples. For example, this is a Venn diagram related to the differences between ionic bonding and covalent bonding. And you see how we can compare and we can contrast. Please observe how certain connectors like and, between, etc. are used, and how shared, difference between, etc. are used. If you give a chart like that, if you ask them to explain or to contrast and compare, they will be using more language, and this is one such technique. For example, if you want to explain this Venn diagram subject, you can develop expressions like these. Subject A is similar to subject B, both and, shares or has similarities with, or identical, have commonalities in contrast to, differs from. All such expressions can be developed if you use techniques like or pictures like Venn diagram. In the same way, if you show a flow chart like this, you please show next one, Dr. Padmaja. Yeah, if you show the flow chart like this, before showing the flow chart, you can equip them with the basic describing words or action words or process words as shown for photosynthesis, and the students will be able to connect them and use them and explain them. So from simple strategies like visuals to the the flow charts, if you use all such simple strategies, you can build the language of the learners. And before that, the teacher himself or herself should equip with all these structures before going to the class. And then we also have certain questions frames or sentence frames. Please go to the previous ones, question frames and sentence ones. And these question and sentence frames will also help you to develop the language among the learners. Like, may I ask, why is it better that, I agree with, I disagree with, I wonder, I feel, I still don't understand. Such expressions can be developed by using question frames or sentence frames. If you keep these charts in the class, the students will be able to use them repeatedly or frequently, and you can promote the English medium instruction there. And for sentence frames, we have some other examples. You please see. Sentence frames incorporate the target vocabulary for defining and explaining things or processes like this. Okay, you prepare a chart like this after every unit or after every chapter. Human rights denote. They have to write the explanation part. An animal is. A definition should be provided. Like that, if you frame certain sentence frames, it will help them to understand the concepts in a better way and use the language also.
Sir,
And the other
sir,
strategies
just 1 minute.
was
1 minute, sir. It's already 1:20. So maybe, they'll have to break for lunch. So we'll just quickly take through some of the important steps and then wind up. So, so another 5 to 7 minutes. I hope that is okay with the participants.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
can we continue for 5 minutes, please?
Yes, sir. Please carry on, sir.
Yeah. So if you use brainstorming and mind mapping techniques also, you can develop the language through scaffold. And then we have certain strategies for content comprehension. How can we make the content in an easier way? How can you present it in an easier way? These are some certain steps here. Breaking down complex instructions into simple instructions, dividing the content into smaller chunks for better understanding or comprehension, bringing in the real life examples, the reading group activities or the reading activities, and short reading passages leading to the simplification of strategies. You see how the text can be simplified. If you want to make the text very comprehensible, you can follow some of the strategies to simplify the text. What are they? You shorten it by removing all the redundancies. You shorten by removing the unnecessary information. You shorten the sentences into simple sentences. You replace the complex or complicated lexes with the simpler ones. Please avoid passive voice when you try to use it because it will be difficult to understand. Avoid idiomatic expressions and phrasal verbs. Idiomatic expressions and phrasal verbs may complicate the presentation of the content. That's why try to avoid that. And how we can simplify the text. We are going to show you some examples. If you want to create a web page, if you have a lot of material there, you try to break the content or the unit synopsis into smaller heads like this, and thus you can make it very simple for the learners. And in the same way, while giving instructions also, if you dump all the instructions at one go, they cannot understand that. That's why you try to make it comprehensible by breaking it into smaller chunks like this. So text can be simplified, instructions can be simplified, and when you break down all these things, and this will help them to manage the text, it will create less overwhelming nature. It allows them to make the study learning in a progressive way. So in the same way, we have certain strategies for content comprehension also. When you have a large text, large lesson for presentation, instead of explaining line by line, if you make it into two parts, and on the left, if you give the text, running text, and if on the right, if you give the questions like this, you need not explain anything. They can understand, read the question and understand the concept, and then finally, you can explain it in simpler terms. So instead of line by line translation or explanation, you can use this strategy to present the text in a very easy way. And then there are certain strategies for promoting language output and fluency. You try to give a brief text to them, ask them to read, and try to elicit more. If you elicit through simple questions, they will talk more, and that they will develop fluency. And you can use the charts, posters, and diagrams for developing this kind of fluency. You see, fluency is more important than accuracy. All our students must be able to talk more, and then they can acquire fluency at later stages. That's why use brainstorming techniques like this, use posters or charts, and try to elicit more information and ask them to present things. And then we have certain strategies for developing content-based language functions also. Dr. Padmaja will deal with this.
So using all these visuals like charts or Venn diagrams, we can make the students, by equipping them with the language, with vocabulary, we can make them describe, compare. So those are the things that we've already discussed. And when you want to increase the fluency of your students, maybe you can give them 2-minute or 1-minute jams on the topics of your own subjects. And then sentence summaries, sentence frame, sentence summaries are, at the end of your class, you can ask your students to summarize what they have understood. So that would automatically make them use their own language. And you can also ask your students to summarize in paragraphs the whole unit, or sorry, the whole topic that you have done. Maybe you can ask them to summarize. So these are other strategies. Apart from them, maybe most of you are using them, but we would just like to make a particular point here, a particular reference to this here, that taking your students beyond the classroom is very important in giving them authentic language practice, that is the language of your subject as it is used in the world outside. So if you're already using them, it's good. Otherwise, if you're not using, then look for TED Talks or your subject related videos and podcasts or newspaper articles, etc., and bring them to the classroom, or ask your students to go to them and then maybe do an assignment or do a seminar or talk to you in the class, present in the class. So that would help them in developing their language. And we also thought that we would just share some ideas about language. That is, we are not trying to teach you grammar here, but that is just some tips how you can avoid, because these are some glaring errors that we generally observe in our language. That is, our subject and verb, they do not match. They do not agree in number. For example, if you observe the first sentence here, the team is celebrating their victory, or observe the second sentence. John and Sarath goes to the library. It would be better if your sentence is go to the library. So such simple errors, try to avoid them. Consciously try to avoid them. But as I would like to emphasize that it is no great problem if you make such kind of an error, because it is not affecting your comprehension, maybe it's not affecting your fluency, but try to avoid these mistakes. And also observe your tenses, because here also generally what we Indians do is we use continuous tense for every expression. Continuous tense is used most of the times we use present continuous tense. Avoid that, and also observe the appropriate tenses. These are some of the errors that we listed here. These are not the correct ones. For example, we tend to say a sentence like she already submitted her assignment. Actually, it has to be she has already submitted her assignment, and this is something that we observe in most of the teachers. I can able to do this work. Generally, can and able should not go, they don't go together. You have to avoid either can or able, use only one of them. So please observe your tenses for this kind of errors and avoid them. I know there are many, me and Vijay need not give you the correct answers here. There are lots of grammar books, and your colleagues are there in English. Your English colleagues are there, so they would be helping you with them. And also we have a problem with the passive. Yeah, Dr. Vijay would like to add something, I guess. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you please continue, and then I will add.
Yeah, generally, the passive form is a problem even for the English teachers. I observe that. Even while writing circulars and notices for the college also, problems are observed. So it is better that we avoid passive, but if it cannot be avoided, then observe the problems that are there. For example, homework not done by the student. Homework is not done by the student. That passive indicator is missing. So we have to observe. Students are made mistakes. This is an expression that I frequently listen to. The teachers, they make this mistake. Students made mistakes. That's enough. You can use active form. You don't need to use the passive form here. As you're not able to distinguish between the active and passive form, these errors. So better avoid passive. If you are not able to avoid passive, then please use the appropriate one. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So in this session, we try to analyze the problems in English medium instruction and what we have to do, and then how we can identify and apply the learner-centered methodology, and then apply the necessary and relevant strategies for implementing English medium instruction, how we can develop vocabulary through different charts, Venn diagrams, etc., and how we can scaffold the language of the students, how we can simplify text, and how we will be helping the students for promoting English medium instruction. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And if you,
before,
if
yeah,
yeah.
I would like to just add 2 points. One of the teachers was mentioning that while teaching theory, language is becoming an issue. So maybe some of the tips that we shared, you equip the students with word lists and then go to your class, that would help. And then one other teacher was mentioning the standard of the teacher's language also is a problem. So if you focus on simplification strategies that we shared with you, they'll certainly, we hope that they'll certainly help you. So with these,
and the PWP plan with all the language
yeah.
inputs is a big boon for us. Okay.
Thank you.
With this, we wind up. Thank you very much. If somebody can respond, we'll be happy. Otherwise, we'll sign off the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise. I hope all our faculty equipped with so many strategies, tips, and so on. And I request NRC Anantapur to propose vote of thanks for the session. And I request other NRCs also to respond if you have any feedback or any queries. NRC Anantapur first.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Please carry.
Thank you. It is my privilege to say a vote of thanks to Dr. Vijay Babu Garu, Madam Dr. K. Padmaja. Sir and Madam gave enlightened us and encouraged with different tools and how to equip ourselves first, then developing language proficiency, then exposure to LSRW skills, then motivation for English medium, then acquisition of the content-based vocabulary in different aspects. Particularly, what are the prerequisites to the teachers? How to equip teacher first, and then how to equip the students. Then in between, they are asking the problems related to the classroom in a lively manner. It is a very useful class, very useful tools sir and madam give. The teachers, how to equip first teacher is the most important aspect for me personally. The language classroom management and the classes for the strategies, how to simplify the content, the students in a students related way. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session. Thank you, sir.
Any NRC would you like to
Ma'am,
respond?
ma'am, just once again, as per the orders, received from our NRC coordinator, as it is a collaborative session, so 2 members, we are ready to propose the vote of thanks. And from all other NRC participants from our CCE, my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to both of the madam and sir. And you have selected such a good topic, the content-based teaching. In this present situation, it's a boom. English is a medium of instruction, and it's a very nice collaborative session, ma'am. And you have chosen that is the two sides of the coin. Just as the two sides of the coin, now for today's session, you are the two sides of the coin which you have delivered and made and enlightened us in such a way that usage of the judicious language is also mandatory in our classes in the present scenario. And at the same time, you have mentioned the different strategies which must be developed by the teachers, and we have to use the transition words. The transition words plays a key role in delivering the domain subject. So apart from this, you have focused the present trend which the students always follow, such as TED Talks, news clips like that, etc. And I think moreover, students are very far about using all this technology. They are better than the teachers. So once again, from all the 9 NRCs, from all the participants side, we express our sincere gratitude for giving and enlighten this session very much. Thank you, both of you, and thank you for CC and our commissioner, sir.
Is there any NRC wanted to respond?
So
Okay.
we also close. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for extending your support for all the training programs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's have a lunch break for 30 minutes. As you know, we have assessment by 4 o'clock. Dear participants, please note that we have assessment at 4 p.m. today. And again, you have to log in. Program coordinators are requested to log in again by 4 o'clock. Let's end the session for day 5. Master trainers has to take the session from 2:10 to 3:45. Master trainers session has to continue from 2:10 to 3:45.
Okay.